A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Moore.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to bring you the star of our show, a man who...
Wait a minute, hold it. Don. Who's this guy? What's going on here?
Jack, I'm sorry, but when I read the introduction you wanted me to give you, I just had to go out and hire someone else to do it.
You hired this fella?
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to bring you the star of our show.
Wait a minute, fella, wait a minute. Don, you're the announcer on this show, and you've got to introduce me any way I want you to.
Well, Jack, this time I'm not going to do it. I've got pride, you know.
Pride?
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great...
shut up! Don, what is this pride you're talking about?
I'll tell you what it is. Just because you played a violin duet with Isaac Stern on last week's television show, I'm not going to introduce you as a great concert violinist.
You're not?
Ladies and gentlemen, it
Hold it, will you please? Hold it a minute, hold it.
Phil.
Great concert violinist. Dad, you sound like somebody's been spiking your rosin.
Well, you're a fine one to talk. What do you know about music?
Okay, Jackson, okay. I will admit that personally I may not be the world's greatest musician, but I was smart enough to get together one of the finest musical aggregations in the world.
Oh, you were, eh? Phil, if your band is one of the finest musical aggregations in the world, I'd like to ask you a question about Don Rice, your bass player.
Nobody slaps a bass like Don.
That's what I'm getting at. Why is it he always sticks his hand in a bucket of water before he slaps the bass?
Force a habit.
What?
Used to work in the brewery slapping labels on beer bottles.
All right, Phil, I'll accept your explanation of Mr. Rice's musical eccentricities. But what about Bagby, your piano player?
What about good old Bag?
Well, Phil, I won't say anything about the fact that he's on parole. We'll forget that. But he can't read music, he doesn't know the white keys from the black keys, and I never saw such a crazy-looking piano. What's that extra pedal for?
That was Bagby's idea.
4 pedals on a piano? What are they?
Soft, medium, loud, and gas.
Gas pedals?
Never knows when he'll have to make a getaway.
Oh, then that answers my other question. I was going to ask why the piano has white sidewall tires.
Old Bagby thinks of everything.
Well, it's too bad he doesn't think a little more about music.
What?
Phil, you know as well as I do, not only does Bagby play by ear, but if it isn't in the key of C, he can't play at all.
Oh, he can't, eh?
No.
Okay, Jackson, you asked for it. Hey, Charlie.
Yeah?
Come here a minute.
Phil, you don't have to go through all of
Look,
that.
you said that all he knows is the key of C. Now, let's find out. Go ahead, ask him anything at all.
Okay. How about something with 3 sharp?
Go ahead, Charlie. Give him something with 3 sharp.
Well...
Think hard, Charles.
Oh, I know. The Andante movement from The Barber of Seville by Gillette.
The Andante movement from The Barber of Seville by Gillette. 3 sharp,
Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp.
Phil, you can tell that corny Bagby to go now, will you?
Yeah, okay. You better leave town.
How do you like that? He drove the piano right out of the studio. I don't know why I get into these things. All I wanted was a classy introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen...
Not from you! I want the introduction from the one who's supposed... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you mad about?
I'm not mad. Just that I asked Don to do something when he refused. It hurt my feelings.
John Wilson, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. After all Jack has done for you. In fact, we should be grateful for what he's done for all of us. And when Jack requests any of us to do something, we should make every effort to comply with his wishes.
Thanks, Mary.
I guess you're right, Mary. Okay, Jack, I'll do it. I'll introduce you as a great concert violinist. Ladies and gentlemen...
Wait a minute.
Mary.
Jack, is that what you asked John to do? Introduce you as a great concert violinist?
Yes, that's all.
That's all? He ought to slap your face.
Mary, I thought you were on my side.
Whatever gave you the idea that you're a great concert violinist?
Because on my television show, I played a violin duet with Isaac Stern. That's why.
And he wants me to call him Yacha Benny. What are you laughing at, Mary?
Last year he killed a grasshopper, and for 2 weeks I had to call him Frank Buck.
I didn't kill that grasshopper. I brought him back alive. So don't be so smart. And anyway, I don't know why Don had to go out and hire someone.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. I'm glad you're here. It's about time for... Dennis. Dennis, you're limping.
Yeah, but I didn't get hurt bad.
Hurt? Dennis, you have an accident?
Yeah, as I was crossing Sunset Boulevard, I got run over by a piano.
Oh, for heaven's sake. That was Bagby. He got his piano from Madman Wurlitzer. Now, Dennis, I got to get this program started, so you better sing your song right now.
I'm not going to sing until you pay off for my being on your television show.
I can't do that until next week.
Jack, why can't you give him the money now?
Oh, he isn't going to pay me money. Mr. Benny said if I went on a television show, he'd do something for me that's a great honor.
A great honor?
Yeah, he's going to write in my name for president in the California primary.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Imagine writing Dennis's name for president.
If I'm elected, I'm going to declare war on Johnny Ray.
Dennis!
I will now sing my campaign song.
Just sing the song you're supposed to.
If you're sweetheart...
My sunshine or my grief, be anything but darling, be mine. Be a wise one, be a fool, treat me tender or treat me cruel. Be anything but darling, be mine. Climb to the top of the ladder, be princess of all you survey. Hail and it still doesn't matter. If you love me, everything is okay. Be the angel of my friend. Be the devil who cares. Be anything but darling.
But Be Mine, sung by Dennis Day. A very
Hey,
good
you!
Huh?
I don't want you to do any announcing on this show.
Oh, okay. Hey, Mr. Wilkins, if I ain't going to do no introduction, well, give me my dough so I can go home.
You haven't done anything. I'm not going to pay you.
Oh, yes, you are, Don. You got yourself into this. Now pay him and get him out of here.
Well, all right. How much do I owe you?
$1.25.
Okay, here you are.
Thanks. So long.
Wait a minute, fellow. Come back here.
Yeah?
You take a job as an announcer on a coast-to-coast program for $1.25?
That's my price, $1.25.
Come here a minute.
Jack, you wouldn't dare.
Hey, I can lead a band, too.
Now, wait a minute, Quest. You ain't leading my band.
Phil, you stay out of this.
I can also sing tenor.
Well, did you hear that, Dennis?
Who cares? I'll be in the White House.
You're not going to be president, forget it. You stick around, Mr. Kvetch, and I'll talk to you after we do our play.
Jack, are we going to do a play?
Yes, Mary. Tonight we're going to do our version of that great Universal International picture, Bend of the River.
Oh, Jack, isn't that the picture that starred Jimmy Stewart?
That's the one. It's a colorful epic of the days of the covered wagon as civilization moved westward into Oregon. So, Don, set the scene.
Okay. In the year 1867, at the end of the Civil War, a covered wagon set forth for the northern tip of Oregon. Its destination was a new settlement, and leading this intrepid group of pioneers was that fearless frontiersman, Buck Benny.
Yes, Buck Benny. That's me. Our wagon's cargo was not guns, ammunition, or other implements of war, but food to tide the settlers through the rugged winter.
Say, Buck,
What is it, Kate?
we've been on the trail since sunup. Don't you think we ought to stop for the night?
No, Kate, we got to keep going till we reach the next water hole. It's only about 2 miles, I reckon.
Oh, Buck, let's stop here for the night.
I said we're going to keep going.
Well, can't the horse pull for a while? I'm tired.
Well, all right. Hey, Dobbin, get out of that wagon. Sure gives you $1.25 worth.
Buck, why can't we stop here? We got plenty of water.
I know, but it's not safe here. This is Indian country.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. Look there on the ground. A scalp.
That's yours. Pick it up.
Oh.
As we continued towards the hills, we saw signs of Indians everywhere. Though we knew we were surrounded by redskins, we made camp and ate our evening meal. We each ate a can of beans, and they would have been easier to digest if we'd have had a can opener. Suddenly, I heard horses' hoofs. As we listened in the darkness, guns ready for action, the horse came closer. And suddenly, a stranger galloped into our camp. He was about as tall as Jimmy Stewart. And he was slim like Jimmy Stewart. Come to think of it, he smiled like Jimmy Stewart, too. He came up to me and said,
Say, excuse me, partner. I've been riding alone for days. I reckon it's all right if I join you into Oregon, ain't it?
but he didn't talk like Jimmy Stewart. I turned to him and said,
What's your name, stranger?
Jimmy Stewart.
Must have been him, all right. All the Indians applauded. I invited Jimmy to join us, and he got off his horse. Well, he didn't exactly get off. He just straightened his legs, and the horse ran out from under. We talked for a while, and then I introduced him to my wife.
Oh, Jimmy,
Yes, Buck.
I'd like you to meet Kate.
Hi, Jimmy.
Wow. Kiss me, Kate.
What?
Come here, baby.
Hey, hold on there. Now they're dropping script.
you were the shy, bashful type.
Now, that's in pictures. For the kind of dough I'm getting here, I'm letting myself go.
I welcomed him, not as a follower, but as a leader.
Yeah? I took over. We were loaded with supplies for the settlers. We had a sack of flour. Kate carried that. A case of canned vegetables. Buck carried that. And one bag full of milk. The cow was carrying that. The only thing we were short of was fresh meat. So one day, Buck and I went hunting.
Hey, quiet, Buck. Here, I hear something.
Let's take a look.
Okay. Hey, say it's a bear.
No, Jimmy. It's a buffalo.
I thought it was a bear. But I took his word for it. It was a buffalo. I couldn't argue with a man who's been pinching nickels all his life.
Come on, let's get on with the hunt.
Finally, we returned to the camp with plenty of game. This was due to our wonderful hunting dog. This dog wasn't a pointer. He was too well-mannered to point. He'd just nudge you and say, "Over there, stupid." We weren't in camp very long when all of a sudden...
Indians!
Hey, they're attacking!
Come on, let's see if we can fight them all.
That's no use. We might as well give up.
I ain't a-giving up. My name is Buck Benny, and I ain't afraid of man, beast, or grasshopper.
But I know these Indians. Look, 2 of them are coming up to powwow with us.
They sure look savage.
How, Indians?
How?
What tribe you Indians from?
Sioux tribe. Me, Big Chief Thunderstorm.
Oh. And who you?
Me, little white cloud that cried.
What?
Having faith in all kinds of weather.
We bound for Oregon. My name, Buck Benny.
Let me speak to them, Buck. I talk their language. Listen, you Indians.
Ugh?
Coela Monga, Shoshone Tabits, Iroquois Ook, Palebwo TP.
Vaja Nagula Munga, Diga Muga Muga. Og Nagula Iroquois House Wigwam. Magohu Shoshone Onga Saganoa Talena. Sagamora Squaw Tame Gichi Gumi. Oga Nuga Magahoho.
What did he say?
He's running for president.
Now, Chief, we're not looking for trouble. We want peace.
Only way you can have 'em peace is make you join tribe.
You mean make us Indians?
Yeah.
We decided to be adopted by the tribe. And that night, after adoption ceremonies, we sat around the campfire with the other Indians and sang songs.
Like the Selnamo, Navajo, Kickapoo, like the Cherokee, I'm an Indian too.
Just like Battle Axe, Jesse Block, Manny Sachs, like those Indians, I'm an Indian too.
Some Indian summer's day, here's what we'll do. Take some Indian maize for riding to the canoe.
I'll wear buckets of a wampum bound feather.
We'll go to proof you don't know your song.
The following day, we bid farewell to the Indians, and our wagon pushed on. We crossed the mountains and kept traveling.
We weren't sure of where we were until one day, while on a vast open plain, another wagon crashed into us.
It was then we knew we were in California. Happily, we continued northward.
Yep.
Well, we'll soon reach the end of the trip. Then we can have all...
Someone's approaching on horseback.
All right, now be careful. Get your guns. Don't waste ammunition. Don't shoot till you see the whites of his eyes.
Whoa! Whoa, teetotaler. Hi, all strangers. I'm Curly Hair.
No wonder we didn't see the whites of his eyes. Wait a minute, stranger. What can we do for you?
I want to buy your food. I'm working with a bunch of miners.
Gold miners?
Yep, and we struck it rich. We got tons of gold, but we need food to carry us through the winter.
Our food ain't for sale. It's for the settlers in Oregon.
But I'll pay you well. I'll give you 10 times what you paid for it. And in gold.
He's offering us gold, Jimmy. Gold. Let's sell.
Now, Buck, think what you're doing. With the gold, you'll starve to death. But with the food, you'll live. Live to see another spring with its flowers and soft breezes and balmy air scented with orange blossoms. Now, wouldn't you rather have all that than to die with the gold? We waited 2 weeks while Buck thought it over.
I made up my mind, Jimmy. We're going to sell the food.
And I say we're not.
Who's going to stop me?
Me and my shooting iron.
Well, I got a gun, too. Draw. Oh.
I hated to do it, Buck, but it was the only way.
Oh, that's all right, Jimmy. And I'll forgive you before I die.
No, and I'll wait a minute, partner. Don't say die.
Oh. Goodbye, Jimmy. Goodbye.
So, Buck passed on. But I know that even though he's not with us, he's happier now than he ever was before because we buried him in the gold mine. So the wagon train pushed onwards. Ever onwards we pushed till we reached the settlement in Oregon at the bend of the river.
This has been the Jack Benny Show with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Jack Benny comes to you each week at this time through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Jack Benny program presented by America's largest selling cigarette, Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Iris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. It's morning, and Rochester is in the kitchen.
Look what time it is. I better start getting Mr. Benny's breakfast ready. Now, let's see. I think I'll give him some ham and waffles. He's crazy about ham and waffles. We're out of ham. And I had the last 6 waffles. Let's see, what else? Oh, I know. I'll fix him a plate of bacon and eggs with French fried potatoes. Uh-oh, can't do that. I had the eggs. Come to think of it, I had the bacon and potatoes, too. Well, I better take a look in the refrigerator again. I wish the boss would buy a refrigerator with electric light in it. This candle keeps melting the ice cube. Uh-oh, what's this in the corner? Well, the boss is lucky. Here's some orange juice, some pickled beets, and milk. I'll pour the milk over the beets. If he eats without his glasses, he'll think there's strawberries and cream. Well, breakfast is ready. I'll put it on this tray and take it up to him. Better take in the morning paper, too. My, Mr. Benny's still asleep. I better wake him up easy. I'll tickle his feet. Tickle. He doesn't feel it at all. Better take off his socks. The minute the night gets chilly, he doesn't take any chances. Socks, corduroy, pajamas, earmuffs, and a derby. He's a hard man to wake up. I'll try patting his teeth.
What?
It's only me, boss. You didn't have to tip your hat.
Good morning. Good morning, Rochester.
Your gang will be off for rehearsal pretty soon, so you better sit up now and have your breakfast.
Okay.
I brought you the morning paper, too.
Oh, thanks. Whose picture is this on the front page? Looks familiar, but I can't seem to... Oh, it's Dewey. Oh, picture, smiling. See, look at those electoral votes. Dewey carried New York, Pennsylvania, and Kansas. Thurman carried Alabama, Mississippi, and South Carolina. Mary Livingston carried the Maid Company. Say, I just woke up and I'm pretty sharp. Ain't I, Rochester?
If you say so, sir.
What?
Here's your bathrobe, Mr. Benny.
Hey, just throw it over my shoulders.
Okay. Say, boss, you didn't even touch your breakfast.
I know, Rochester, but I don't feel like eating anything. Especially strawberries and cream. I had a terrible night.
What's the matter?
It's that echo. It's worse than ever now. I even hear it in my sleep.
Boss, you must be imagining things.
What do you mean imagining things? I tell you, Rochester, it's there and I hear it. If I don't get rid of it soon, I'll go screwy. Rochester.
I know, boss. You heard the echo again.
Say, how'd you know?
When you jumped in the air, your socks changed feet.
Roger, stop kidding about things like that.
Oh, Jack, where are you?
See, Miss Livingston's here already. Well, I can rehearse in my bathrobe. Coming, Mary. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Am I the first one here?
Yeah. You don't mind if I rehearse in my robe, do you?
No, but take off that derby. You look like a plumber's friend.
I'm sorry.
And, Jack, before the gang gets here, how about giving me the $10 you owe me on the election bet?
The what? Oh, yes, the election bet. It slipped my mind. I meant to give it to you before.
Oh, sure. Slipped your mind. Come on, give me the $10.
Okay. Here it is.
Thanks. Well, that takes care of the Hoover election. Now, how about this one?
Now, wait a minute, Mary. You can't hold me to that one. He wasn't even on the ballot.
What was it, Miss Livingston?
He bet that Fred Allen would carry the corn belt.
Well, he should have. It's been carrying him for the last 10 years. What a program Fred Allen's got. No jokes and double indemnity.
Oh, I don't know, Jack. I think that his program is great this year. Fred Allen is very funny.
He is, eh?
Yeah, he's improved a lot since my mother started writing for him.
Oh, your mother isn't with Bob Hope anymore, huh? Incidentally, Mary, I'm kind of excited. You know, I'm going to be a guest on Bob's program next Tuesday night.
Bob's having you on his program? Why?
Why? I'll tell you why. Bob Hope came to me, looked me right in the eyes, and said, Jack, I want you on my show because you're the greatest comedian in the world. Bob said that. He said you're the most versatile, the most talented, the cleverest, the wittiest, the most sophisticated, subtle, suave, and the way you put over a joke proves that you're a master in the art of humor.
How much is he paying you?
He said $5,000, but how can you believe a man that can lie like that? Oh, well, we'll come to some kind of an agreement.
Yeah, he'll probably give you a bar of swan soap.
I hope not. I'll have to break it in two and give my agent half. Anyway, Mary, what's that? What? Oh, my goodness, it's Dennis. Dennis, what's the matter?
April Fool.
April Fool? Why, you silly kid, this is no time of year to fool people.
Truman did it.
Well, Dennis, don't ever do that again. Gosh, I was so scared my hair stood up.
Stood up. It jumped off and ran home to Max Factor.
Mary, this is no time for jokes. This kid frightened me so my blood turned cold.
Holy ole.
There it goes again.
Your hair?
No, the echo.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
But Mary, it's serious. I tell you, it's making me a nervous wreck.
You know, Mr. Benny, last year I used to hear voices all the time. I'd be in my room all alone, and I'd still hear those voices.
You did, kid? Good. Well, then you must know how I feel. Didn't it drive you nuts?
Oh, no, I was nuts before that.
That I can believe. Now, look, kid, before the rest of the gang get here for rehearsal, run over your song, will you?
Okay. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, why are we rehearsing so early?
Because I have a busy week. I also have to rehearse the Bob Hope program. I'm going to be on it Tuesday night.
Bob Hope wants you on his program? Why?
Why? Because he said that I'm the greatest comedian in the world.
What's the matter? Is he crazy or something?
No, he's not crazy. He may lie a little, but he's okay. Now go ahead and sing, will you? That's swell, Dennis. That's swell. That song will be all right.
Oh, thanks, but I'm not going to sing it on the program.
Why not?
Because I'm not getting anywhere.
What?
I've been working for you for 9 years, and I can't even afford to buy anything. Clothes, shoes, food, or anything.
Now, wait a minute, Dennis. I'm not responsible for what you do with your money.
What money?
What money? I've been giving you checks every week. What do you do with the money you get when you cash them?
Oh, cash them.
Dennis, don't you know that when Jack gives you a check, you're supposed to...
Leave him alone, Mary. He knows what he's doing. I'll get the scripts ready, and then... Oh, that must be the boys now. It's about time. Come in.
Well, hello, everybody.
Hiya, Jackson, Dennis.
Hello, Livy, you delectable Cupid down there.
Well, if it isn't little old Phil Harris, the breast that made Milwaukee famous. Look, Don, you too, Phil. Look, when I call a rehearsal for a certain time, I expect you to be here.
Wait a minute, Jackson. What's your rush? Take it easy. Relax. You'll have a show Sunday.
What?
And suppose you do have a lousy one. Nobody's going to turn off the radio. I come on right after you.
Phil.
You got better insurance than Fred Allen.
Phil. Pencil head. It just so happens that I was on the air 15 years before you even had your own show.
I know, and what happens? The minute I'm on my own, they invent television. They want to see me, too.
Television?
Look, Dad, you better iron out those wrinkles if you want to stick around.
What?
Them blue eyes ain't going to do it alone.
Well, Phil, I'll admit one thing. You're a natural for television. The screen is square. Your head will fit right in it. How is that, Don? Don? Mary, where's Don?
His girdle broke and he can't get out of the den.
Well, Dennis!
John's got me pinned in the corner.
Well, come back here, both of you. How we ever get a show put together, I'll never know. Now, look, we came here to rehearse. Oh, for heaven's sake. Don, will you answer the phone, please?
Sure, Jack. Hello? Yes, this is Jack Benny's home. What? Oh, that's the final vote. All the precincts are in, huh? Every vote has been counted and it's official now?
There it is again. The echo. Now, you're all here in this room. I know you heard.
I did. Now, neither did I.
Who heard it? Kid, you're sure you're not ribbing me, are you?
No. We just don't hear it.
Well, I hear it. I got to do something. I even hear it in my sleep.
Well, Jack, why don't you do like I asked you to? I've been asking you for 3 weeks to go to a psychiatrist.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Mary. I'll have to go to some doctor.
Well, I know a wonderful psychiatrist. Why don't you let me take you there?
Okay, Mary, and the quicker the better. But what about the rehearsal?
Oh, we can rehearse tonight.
All right. We'll rehearse tonight, kid. Come on, Mary, let's go. What's the number of the doctor's office, Mary?
1107. It's right down the hall.
This must be it here. Room 1107.
Yeah, look what it says on the door. Dr. Nelson, psychiatrist. Come in, lie down for a while. Let's go in.
Just a second.
Jack, stop trying to look shabby. The doctor has one price for everybody.
I'll have to pin my sleeve back on. Oh, well, let's go in.
Yes?
Nurse, I'd like to see Dr. Nelson.
Very well, in just a few minutes. But first I'll have to have some information about you.
Well, my name...
Just a second, sir. I have to write this down. I want to get a pencil. There. Now, your name?
Jack Denny.
Occupation?
A radio comedian.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
And now for your financial status. What is your bank balance?
Well...
You better get another pencil, nurse.
Mary, please.
We'll go on to the next question. How tall are you?
5'11".
Your weight?
165.
Your eyes? Well, they're blue, aren't they?
Bluer than the lips of a schoolboy at 40 below.
Ready for you in a few minutes. Have a seat. Right over there by that gentleman in the corner. His name is Mr. Skinner.
By the way, nurse, that Mr. Skinner isn't a violent patient, is he?
Oh, far from it. In fact, he's very gentle.
Gentle?
Yes. He thinks he's a rabbit.
come on, Mary. Let's sit down.
Jack, what are you so mad about?
Smart Alec nurse trying to kid me a rabbit. Man, looks just as normal as I do.
Well, Jack, there isn't room for both of us to sit on the sofa.
Yes, there is, Mary. Now ask Mr. Skinner to move over. Pardon me, sir.
What's up, Jack?
Gosh, you hear that, Mary? What's up, Doc? You really do think you're a rabbit, huh?
Yeah, but Dr. Nelson has helped me a lot.
He has? What is his treatment?
Oh, he uses applied psychology. He tries to make me think I'm something else. Right now, he's trying to convince me I'm a pig.
A pig?
That's all, folks.
Oh. Hey, Mary.
Yes, Jack.
No, it's a shame this guy is crazy. He's almost as talented as Mel Blanc.
Hey, Bud.
Yes, Mr. Skinner.
I told you all about myself. Now, what are you here for?
Oh, it's really nothing very serious. It's just something that bothers me. You see, I'm a comedian.
Oh, on the stage?
No, radio.
Radio lady.
There it goes again. Mary, you heard it that time, didn't you?
No, Jack, I didn't hear a thing, and calm down.
But there was an echo. Nurse, you heard it, didn't you, Nurse?
Well, no, I'm sorry. Mr. Skinner. Mr. Skinner, where are you going?
I'm getting out of here. This guy's nuts.
All the nerve. I got a good mind to go after him and punch him right in the nose.
Control yourself.
I won't control myself. I'm not going to let a silly rabbit call me nuts.
All right, Jack. Now sit down.
Yes, doctor? Oh, very well, sir. I'll send in the next patient. It's Mr. Benny. What? No, it's Benny. Bunny just left. Yes, sir. Go right in, Miss Benny.
Okay. You wait here for me, Mary.
All right, Jack, and don't be nervous.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
The doctor may want to examine your head. Take off your derby.
Thank you. Doctor, I'm Jack Benny.
How do you do? And now what can I do for you?
Well, Doctor, I hear echoes that no one else seems to hear.
Echoes? How long have you suffered from this delusion?
Oh, for several weeks.
Uh-huh. And tell me, how old are you, Mr. Benny?
39.
39. How long have you suffered from that delusion?
It's no delusion. I'm only 39. And what kind of a psychiatrist are you anyway? Instead of a couch in here, you've got a double bed.
Certainly. I like to lie down, too.
Oh.
And now, Mr. Benny, do you have any idea of when this echo first started bothering you?
Yeah, see, this summer I was in Europe. I went to Switzerland, and I heard some Swiss yodlers, and ever since then an echo has followed me.
Very interesting. Now, does this echo repeat everything you say?
Well, not everything. It usually happens on words that end in O.
You mean words like folio?
Yes, in fact, it happened once on that very word, folio.
Folio.
There it is. There it is, Doctor. You heard it, Doctor. There it is. You must have heard it.
There's no echo, Mr. Benny. Now, calm down and we'll get to the cause of your neurosis.
Gee, I hope you can. Let's get started with the treatment.
Just a moment. I want to look in the next room and see how another one of my patients is getting along.
1 and 1 is 2. 2 and 2 is 4. 1 and 2 is 3. 3 and 3 is 6.
Who is that?
Mr. Gallup.
Of the Gallup poll?
Yes. Roper's still working on 1 and 1. And now, back to you, Mr. Benny. Now, Mr. Benny, lie down here and relax.
Thank you.
Comfy?
Yes. Yes. Are you?
Yes. And now we'll start with the color association test. Now, I'm going to name a color, and as quick as you can, you tell me exactly what comes into your mind. Ready?
Yes.
Black.
White.
Blue.
Red.
Orange.
Yellow.
Green.
Money.
Very interesting. Mr. Benny, you seem to have a certain fondness for money.
Well, perhaps a little.
And tell me, when did you first notice your desire to hold on to money?
When I was 6 months old, I swallowed a dime.
Oh, and when did they get it out?
Oh, it's still in there.
Good heavens, man. Why didn't you have a doctor remove it?
How can you trust anyone when you're under ether?
Well, Mr. Benny, you've got to have confidence in... pardon me. Yes, nurse?
Oh, Dr. Nielsen, Mr. Skinner came back.
Oh, does he still imagine he's a rabbit?
I think so. He just cut 2 holes in his hat for his ears.
Well, throw him a carrot and I'll see him later. And now let's see, where were we?
Doc, please, about that echo.
Oh, yes. Mr. Benny, I've come to the conclusion that what you're suffering from is nothing more than a somatic hallucination induced by your psychotic neuroses and aggravated by self-induced inhibitions and subconscious phobias of the psychosomatic urges. And there's only one cure for it.
What's that?
A 4-way cold tablet.
A cold tablet? Doctor, I'm all confused.
Well, in simple language, Mr. Benny, when you first heard those yodelers in Switzerland, they created a great impression on you. And now, when you think you hear these echoes, it's nothing more than a thought desire to return to the scene of a happy experience.
Oh. Well, what do you think I ought to do about it?
Well, stop working so hard. Take a vacation. Get away from Hollywood.
But where could I go?
Well, why don't you try Sun Valley?
In Idaho? Well, I've always wanted to go there.
Just a minute, Mr. Benny.
Huh?
Didn't you hear that echo?
No, there was no echo that time.
That's funny. I could have sworn I heard one.
Oh, no. You see, it couldn't happen on a word like Idaho. It usually happens on words like I told you before. You know, like folio.
Folio? Folio. There it goes again. There it goes again. You heard it that time, didn't you, Mr. Benny? Didn't you?
No. I didn't hear anything.
But you must have.
Calm down, Mr. Nelson. There's no echo now. As you explained, it was just a figment of my imagination.
Then why am I hearing it? I don't give a hoot about Switzerland.
Well, thanks for helping me, Doctor. I feel a lot better.
Well, wait a minute. Don't leave me now. Don't go. Don't go, Leone. There it is again. I don't want to be alone with that thing. Mr. Benny.
What's wrong with that, Doctor? Oh, well, I better get out of here. Oh, there's Mary sitting in the corner. Mary, I'm all cured. And it was the simplest thing in the world. The doctor talked to me for a few minutes, and then Mary, what's the matter? Mary.
Yeah.
What's up, Oh, why did I let you stay here with Mr. Stewart? Come on, Mary, stop pushing your nose, and let's go.
From Palm Springs, California, the Jack Benny program with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're broadcasting from Palm Springs, California. This being such a romantic spot, I'd like to make the opening introduction with a little poem.
A poem?
Nestled in the hills, far away from care, is a place we go to breathe the desert air. And there, out by the pool, far from strife and toil, is our blue-eyed star selling suntan oil. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, since we're in a poetic mood, I've written a poem for you, too.
Oh, you have?
Yes. I did not like your jingle, and if one more joke you tell, it's Bon Voyage, Don Wilson, and Welcome Home, Von Zell. Let's not have any more of your poems, eh, Henry Wadsworth, fat fellow?
Now, wait a minute, Jack. If you get fresh with me, I'll follow you around all day and keep you in the shade.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Well, anyway, it's sure good to get back to Palm Springs, isn't it, Don?
Ah, yes, Jack. I always have a wonderful time here.
I do, too, particularly because a fellow can have such privacy here. You know, Don, yesterday I passed a big crowd in front of the drugstore, and not one person turned around or even bothered to look at me.
Really? Well, Jack, why was there such a crowd gathered?
They were getting Eddie Cantor's autograph. Imagine.
But, Jack, if you say people here have so much privacy, why did they ask Eddie Cantor for his autograph?
They didn't ask him.
They didn't?
No. Don, when a man stops you on the street, sings 2 choruses of Ida, then stamps his name on your forehead, there's nothing you can do about it. What an eager beaver.
Ah, Jack, you're just mad at Eddie because he beat you on the golf course yesterday.
Sure, but he wouldn't have beaten me if he'd have played fair.
Fair?
Yes, imagine this, Don. When we both got on the last green, just as I was getting ready to putt, he put down a dime to mark his ball.
What's wrong with that?
He divided my point of interest. Then when I missed the putt, I got so mad I took a swing at the dime and sliced it right into my pocket. The first hole in one I ever made. Anyway, Don, I'm glad you mentioned golf because tonight our program is dedicated to the formal opening of the new Tamarisk Country Club here in Palm Springs. And it's really one of the most beautiful
Pardon me, but does this dull twosome mind if a funny man plays through?
Oh, hiya, folks. Well, look who's here, Sir Thomas Beecham. Say, Phil, Don and I were just talking about Tamarisk, the beautiful new golf course. Since you're such a good golfer, Phil, you'll love it.
Yeah, I know, Jackson. I played in the tournament out there yesterday. It is. It's a great course.
I thought I saw you out there yesterday, Phil. You were playing with some of your musicians, weren't you?
No.
Well, I saw Remley, Sammy, and Fletcher going around the course with you.
Yeah, but they weren't playing. Remley was carrying my bag.
Well, what was Sammy doing?
He was carrying Remley.
Well, what was Fletcher doing?
He was carrying the stuff that made it necessary for Sammy to carry Remley.
Oh, yes, Remley is your handicap.
He ain't no water hazard.
I know.
Hey, Jackson, how about you and me playing out at Tamarisk someday?
Okay, Phil, maybe we can make a match.
Yeah, what do you usually go around then?
Well, my handicap is... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Don, watch me get him this time. Phil, ask me that again, will you?
Ask you what again?
What do you usually go around in?
Shorts or slacks, depending on the weather. Oh, Harris, Sammy may be carrying Remley, but you're carrying this program.
Phil, if that joke is carrying the program, I'd rather dragged a little bit. Anyway, I'll play golf with you anytime you want to.
Okay, Jackson, how much you want to bet?
I don't want to bet anything. All I want you to do is every time we get on the green, mark your ball with a dime.
A dime? Why?
I got a slice that'll make me a fortune. Say, Don, if you like to play a Tamarisk sometime, I'll get you...
Hey, Jackson, I heard you and Don reciting poetry before.
So what?
Hey, I got one that's a fifth.
A poem?
Yeah. It's about the weather that we had yesterday. Listen to this. I was getting some sun. Then I went inside, 'cause the little white cloud sat down and cried.
Isn't that cute? That's very cute.
pretty good, you know. I expected some... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Well, Dennis, I hope you're having as much fun in Palm Springs as we are.
I sure am, but boy, am I tired.
Tired? What have you been doing?
Well, last night I went to the movies and I had to stand for 2 hours.
That crowded, huh?
No, there was plenty of room.
Then why'd you have to stand in the movies?
I went to a drive-in and I didn't have a car.
Now, wait a minute, Dennis. How did you get into a drive-in without a car?
Oh, I was carrying an umbrella and they thought I was a convertible.
Oh, stop being silly. What's that on your nose?
A windshield wiper.
What? Now cut that out! Windshield wiper. I suppose that thing on your forehead is your license number.
No, Eddie can't his autograph.
Oh, yeah. Now, Dennis, stop being silly and answer me. Are you having a good time?
Oh, I'll say. Friday night I went to the Chi-Chi and saw Sally Rand. I never laughed so hard in all my life.
You know, Don, the weather here has been so beautiful today. I think
Wait a minute, hold it. Let's go back here a minute. Look, didn't you listen to what this kid just said?
I listened to it, heard it, and ignored it.
Well, I ain't going to ignore it. Dennis, you went to the Chi-Chi and saw Sally Rand's act?
Uh-huh.
The Sally Rand?
Uh-huh.
And when you finally saw Sally Rand's act, you, laughed?
Yeah, I was sitting up so close those fans tickled.
Don't look to me for sympathy, Bill. Years of experience have taught me that the only way to get along with Dennis have nothing more to do with him than is necessary. Like this, for instance. Now, Dennis, we're doing a program and you have to do a song.
Yes, sir.
What song are you going to sing?
The date boats are coming.
You mean shrimp boats?
This is Palm Springs, Bud.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and sing.
Nothing.
was Mistake, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by Phil Harris and his stumbling tumbleweed orchestra. And now, folks...
Hold it, Melvin. Just a minute. Just slow up a minute.
Huh?
I mean, look, I don't mind so much when we're at home, but when we're out of town, let's don't be making insulting remarks about the orchestra, huh?
Well, Phil, I got a right to make comments about your band. After all, who's the star of this show?
Well, when I see my paycheck, I know it ain't me.
Oh, stop complaining.
I'm not complaining, Jackson. It's just that I'd like to pay income tax like everybody else.
But
they don't even think I'm a citizen.
Phil, the only reason people don't think you're a citizen is because with that bottle of Lord Calvert in your hand all the time, you look like an Englishman. Such a long line for such a little laugh. So don't argue with me about money, salary, or... Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, Mr. Kitson. Mr. Kitzel, it's certainly nice seeing you. What are you doing here in Palm Springs?
Oh, I just came down for a little visit.
Oh, good. Where are you living?
At the Hacienda Paseo de la Sal.
The Hacienda Paseo de la Sal?
Sal is my brother-in-law.
Oh, he's married to your sister?
Yeah, her name is Hacienda.
Well, what about Paseo?
He's a silent partner.
Oh, I see. Well, tell me, Mr. Kitzel, is your wife is here with you?
Yes, and we having fun. We go swimming, we play tennis, and you know, this morning my wife rented a bicycle built for two.
Oh, and you both went for a ride, huh?
No, just her.
Then why did she get a bicycle built for two?
Believe me, she can use it.
Mr. Kitzel, you mean your wife is on the heavy side?
If it was only on the side, I wouldn't mind.
Oh, well, what's the difference? As long as you're in love with her, Mr. Kitzel, that's all that matters.
That's what I keep telling myself. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
So long, Mr. Kitzel. Thanks for dropping in. I'll get it. Hello?
I have a long-distance call for Jack Benny.
This is Jack Benny.
It's collect. Hello? Hello?
I'm here. A collect call, huh? Operator, find out who's calling.
Just a moment. Mr. Benny will not accept the charges till he knows who's calling.
Tell him it's Lana Turner.
Rochester. Rochester, I thought you'd be down here by now. Where are you calling from?
From Pomona.
Pomona? What'd you stop there for?
I got a flat tire.
Oh, that's too bad.
No, that's good. It was laying in the road, and it's better than the one we had on.
Oh.
If I find 3 more, I'll be there by morning.
Well, you better be here by morning. I'm going to play golf, and I want you to caddy for me.
Oh, boss, I hate to caddy for you at Palm Springs.
Now, stop complaining. Tamarisk is a very level course. There's nothing tough about it.
Nothing for you, but how about me? I have to carry a golf bag, 12 clubs, a basket of sandwiches, a gallon of lemonade, a first aid kit, a parasol.
So what?
You don't need a caddy, you need a burro.
Oh, Rochester, you don't carry so much.
I don't. Remember what happened last time I went out loaded down like that?
What happened?
An old prospector tied a rope around my neck and led me off into the mountains.
Why'd you go with him?
I couldn't see where I was until he unloaded me.
Well, stop making things up. Anyway, I'm going to play golf in the morning, and I want you to caddy.
Okay, I'll do it, but do me a favor this time, will you?
What is it?
If we lose a ball, let's forget it. Those bloodhounds are hard to handle.
Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of the opening of Palm Springs' newest golf course, Tamarisk, We are going to
Jack, before we go any further, I must tell you something, and I know you're going to be surprised.
Surprised? What is it, Don?
There's a friend of yours who also belongs to Tamarisk, and he'd like to come on and say a few words.
A friend of mine? Is it Mr. Anderson, the president of Tamarisk?
No.
Well, is it Ben Hogan, the pro at Tamarisk?
No.
Well, who is it?
Danny Kaye. Come on in, Danny.
Danny Kaye.
Hello, Danny. Hello, Jack Benny.
But, Danny, this is such a surprise coming right out on my program. It's...
Oh, stop stuttering. I'm not going to charge you for it.
Oh.
Now, Jack, the reason I'm here is, well, because every time you come to Palm Springs, you always do an informal show. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Well, some of the boys at the club cooked up an idea that I'm sure you're going to like.
What is it?
Well, we decided to form a quartet and sing the song you wrote.
My song?
Mm-hmm.
When you say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you.
Suddenly I'm sick. What? Oh, anyway, Jack, the other three fellows are out outside. Can I call them in?
Three fellows? Who are they?
Yeah, well, Frank Sinatra, George Burns, and Groucho Marx. Come on out, fellas.
Well, George, Frankie, and Groucho. Hello, fellas.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, that's brilliant dialogue.
Well, welcome to the show, fellas, and if you say the magic word, you get a bottle of suntan oil.
Say, Jack, that reminds me. Jack?
What?
That reminds me.
Yeah?
That bottle of suntan oil you sold me was much too greasy, and boy, was I embarrassed.
Why? What happened?
Well, yesterday when I put some on, I slipped right out of my suit.
No kidding.
Look, fellas, I came here to sing, so let's do it and get it over with, okay?
Okay.
When I say I beg your pardon.
Hold it.
When I say...
Groucho, that's me.
I may sing lousy, but I'm grammatically correct.
I'm sorry.
I'm Groucho.
Now, look, fellas.
Fellas, come on now. Let's sing Jack's song.
And, fellas, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your coming over to do it. No one but real friends, real pals would give up a Sunday afternoon just to come over here and do this wonderful song. What?
Shut up.
All right, fellas, let's take it.
Now, what key we're going to sing it in, Danny?
It'll help if we all take different ones. Look, all right, fellas, let's go. Can we have a nice introduction, please?
Now, when I say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you. When you ask me to forgive you, I'll return. Like the swallows at Serrano, return to Capistrano. For you, my heart will always yearn. Will always
When you say that you are sorry, and I will understand. If the harvest moon will pledge our love, and now, honey, child, don't be listening to anybody else. Yes, we're parting, but when we're back to whence we started, and sweetheart, I'll come back to you. When I say a big party, and then I'll come back to you.
Oh, my darling, though we've parted, come back to whence we've started.
And sweetheart, I'll come back too. Sweetheart, I'll come back too. Sweetheart, I'll come back
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
He had a little old farm on which he kept a little old jug way down at the bottom of the well. Pappy had a whittling stick, his little old dog, and his little old cane, and he'd go for a slug from the jug at the bottom of the well. Pappy wasn't country born, no, he wasn't no greenhorn, but he couldn't thrive on big town jive, 'cause he always took to corn. When Pappy had some cares to drown, he'd lift his jug and they'd go down, down to the bottom, to the bottom, to the bottom of the well. Wasn't sound of limb. He had his jug and his jug had him, and he kept it cool on the pool at the bottom of the well. Pappy was as poor as job, but he gathered his nectar off the cob, and he kept it snug in the jug at the bottom of the well. Pappy was no jitterbug, no, he couldn't cut a rug, but he got more jazz than Dorsey has from his little old cornet jug. That little old jug kept Pappy happy, and when he died, they buried Pappy down at the bottom, at the bottom, at the bottom of the well. Pappy died without a sou. We don't mind that. What did he do with that little old jug that he kept on the bottom, the bottom, the bottom, the cool, cool bottom, kept on the bottom of the well? Good night, folks.
Speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Remember, year in, year out, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, can see just who buys what tobacco. And year after year, at auction after auction, they can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
American.
Program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Bill Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, people often wonder what a comedian does after he finishes his radio program. Well, let's go back to last Sunday afternoon. The Jack Benny program is over, and Jack and Mary are leaving the studio.
Gee, Mary, I liked the show we did tonight, didn't you?
Yeah.
Wasn't that a terrific mystery sketch I did? The Fiddler. Gee. I am the fiddler. I influence the lives of innocent people. I make them steal, hate, and even murder.
Jack, put away that knife. The program's over.
I'm just cleaning my fingernails. Anyway, I thought it was a wonderful sketch. What are you laughing at?
I'll never forget the look on your face when you opened the door where you thought the murderer was and found the quartet instead.
Oh, yes, them. You know, Mary, those guys are driving me nuts. I wish there was some way I could get rid of them. If I could just say, I've got it.
Oh, no, Jack. Where would you hide the body?
I wasn't thinking of that. Anyway, I got to figure out some way.
Jack, let's stop in the drugstore for a snack.
Well, look, Mary, it's only 5 o'clock. If you'll wait till later, I'll take you out and buy you a full-course dinner.
I'm no gambler. I'll take a sandwich now.
All right, come on.
Here, 2 seats, Jack.
Oh, yeah. What are you going to have, Mary?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, here's something that looks good. A Dunker Special.
A Dunker Special? What's that?
Coffee, donuts, and a rubber glove, 15 cents.
Nah, don't get that. I had it last time. The glove had a hole in it.
What are you going to have?
Gee, I don't know. Oh, waiter. Waiter.
Yeah.
Oh, him again. Now, let's see.
Waiter, I'll have a Chiss sweet Sam.
I'll have a Chiss sweet sandwich.
Waiter, I'll have a Swiss cheese sandwich.
Yes, ma'am. 1 Swiss cheese sandwich. 1 Swiss cheese.
Well, I see Mr. Kitzel is still working here.
Have you made up your mind yet, musclebound?
Yes, I'll have a chocolate malted milk.
1 chocolate malted milk. Put an egg in it.
Wait a minute. I don't want an egg in it.
Have you looked in the mirror lately?
All right, give me a malted milk with an egg in it.
Fried or scrambled?
Look, I want a malted milk with an egg in it. Just a plain raw egg.
All right. 1 malted milk for a barbarian.
Look, waiter, why is it you always...
Oh, Jack, let it go. You know you always antagonize him.
I do not.
You do, too.
You know, Mary, I'm never going to come in here again if that waiter doesn't stop with all
Mr. Benny. Can I sit here with you and Miss Livingston?
Oh, hello, Dennis.
I thought you went home.
I came in for a sandwich first. And you know what? I just weighed myself.
Oh.
I weigh 140 pounds, stripped.
Stripped?
Yeah, I took the weighing machine into the phone booth.
Dennis.
And when I put in a penny, a little card came out.
What did it say, kid?
It said, put on your pants. The lady wants to use the phone.
Oh, stop being silly.
Here's your sandwich, miss.
Thank you.
And here's yours.
Hey, wait a minute. I ordered a malted milk. This is an ice cream soda.
That's not ice cream. That's an egg.
Well, at least you could have broken it. Can't you break an egg?
If I could break an egg, I'd punch you right in the nose.
Oh, you would, eh? Well, let me tell you...
Oh, Jack, sit down. Everybody's looking at you.
Well, all right, but I don't want this malted milk. I'm going to have a cup of coffee, and I don't want this guy waiting on me. Oh, Mr. Kitzel. Mr. Kitzel.
Just a second, please. I'm reading that new book, The Herring and I.
Well, come here a minute, will you?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kitzel, I always have trouble with this waiter. Will you please take care of me?
What pleasure. What will you have?
A cup of coffee.
Thank you, or schmanke.
Just plain coffee.
In a jiffy.
Thank you.
Well, hello, everybody.
Well, down. Sit down. Have a sandwich or something.
No, thanks, Jack. I just dropped in to weigh myself.
Oh.
Is that the little card you got out of the scale, Don?
Yes.
Let me see it.
Oh, no,
Oh,
Mary.
come on. Let me see it.
Oh, okay, here.
Say, Don, what are you laughing at, Mary? What's the weight on the card, Mary?
It doesn't give any weight. It just says, get off, you're hurting me.
Hey, that's pretty good. Say, Don, as long as you're here, I want to talk to you about that quartet. Now, I'm not...
Well, if it ain't that old gang of mine.
Hello, Phil. Hey, Phil, how'd your show go today?
Dynamite, Jackson, dynamite. And say, you know that gag you called up and gave me yesterday?
Yeah.
It laid there. But I didn't need it. My charming personality made it roll, Jackson. It rolled. Hey, waiter.
What'll it be?
Give me a Phil Harris special.
Okay. 1 ham omelet. Put a wave in it.
That's a good one, you know.
Want anything to drink with it, Mr. Harris?
Nothing to drink. I'm on the wagon.
Phil, he means coffee, tea, or milk.
Oh, waiter, I'll have a cup of tea, please.
Do you want cream or lemon with it?
Gee, that sounds good. Give me the cream and lemon and never mind the tea.
Dennis, grow up, will you?
Jack, I'm through with my sandwich.
Okay. Come on, Mary. I'll walk you home. So long, fellas.
Hey, Jackson, what about the check?
You and Dennis can split it. You've both got shows of your own now. Come on, Mary. Let me see. Where's my house? Oh, there it is. I don't know what I'd do without these fog lights on my knees. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, boss. You're home a little later than usual.
Yes. You see, Miss Livingston felt hungry, so I took her to the Macombo.
Did you say Macombo, boss?
Yes. And on our way home, we stopped off for a few dances at Ciro's.
Ciro's?
Yes. And then I thought as long as I took her to the Macombo and Ciro's, it'd be nice.
Boss, you're in the house now and the neighbors can't hear you. How are things at the drugstore?
Rochester, how did you know that I was at the drugstore?
Mr. Billy, you can fool some of the neighbors all of the time and all of the neighbors some of the time, but I ain't a neighbor. I live here.
Oh, I've been to Ciro's, and you know it. Well, it's been a long day, Rochester. I think I'll go up to bed.
Just a minute. I'll strap on my Indian papoose bag.
You don't have to carry me. I'll walk upstairs myself. Now, make my bed, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
I'm going in the library and get a book. Oh, hello, Polly.
Hello.
Did Polly hear Daddy on his program today?
Hello again.
Oh, then you did hear the show. Come on now, Polly. What else did you hear on my program? Come on. Now, come on. What else did you hear?
Ham hocks and turnip greens.
That's right. Keep on. Come on, Polly. Come on. Keep going.
That's what I like about
About what? Come on, Polly. About what?
And that's what I like about. That's what I like about.
Oh, never mind. I'll teach you tomorrow. Now, let's see. What book do I want here? This one will do.
The South.
That's right, Polly. That's it. Now, say the whole thing. That's what I like about. Come on, Polly. Say the whole thing. That's what I like about.
That's what I like about the whole thing.
Yeah, the whole thing. Well, I'm going to bed. Good night, Polly. I don't know. I don't know what's the matter with that bird. Can't keep her mind on things. Every year at this time, she acts the same. Stays that way until the swallows come back to Capistrano. Oh, well, I guess if I had feathers, I'd understand.
Your bed's all ready, boss. Here are your pajamas.
Good.
Why are you going to bed so early?
It's not early. It's 8:30. Anyway, I'm always nervous and upset after the program on Sundays. That quartet that sings a commercial drives me crazy.
But, boss, I think it's nice to have music with a commercial.
Rochester, all Wilson has to say is, LSMFT, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. That's all he has to say, and people will walk down to the nearest store and buy Lucky Strike.
I know, but if you do it with music, they'll dance down.
Rochester, I'm Jack Benny, not Arthur Murray. I'm going to bed. Please turn out the light.
Okay. Good night, boss.
Good night. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Blow out my jack-o'-lantern. It scares me.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night. Oh, gee. Certainly glad I went to bed early. I don't feel like reading either. Maybe I'll listen to the radio a little while.
And that concludes another session of our very popular quiz program. Take it and go already. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the following is a Spot announcement. Thank you, Spot.
What was that?
And now, in answer to many requests, lovely Patricia Duvall will sing that beautiful ballad, I'll See You in My Dreams.
Gee, I love that number.
I'll see you in my dreams. Hold you in my dreams.
Must be something wrong with my radio. Must be the radio.
I feel the thrill of your touch. Oh, you're ever lovely.
People requested that? What a voice. Isn't it awful? Hey. Say, that's a nice quartet. Why can't my quartet sing as good as that? They sing good in this quartet.
Huh? Huh? Who are you? What are you doing in my bedroom?
We just came out of your radio. We're the quartet called the Sportsmen.
Say, you fellas are wonderful. Gee, I wish you were my quartet.
We are.
You mean you're the same fellas who do my commercials? Say, you are the guys. Well, let me ask you something. Why don't you sing for me like you did on that program I just heard?
Because you antagonize us.
I do not.
You do, too.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, you fellas. This is some trick. You're not the same guys who do my commercials.
Oh, we're not, eh?
LSLSMFT, la 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 la. LSLSMFT, la 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 la.
Stop it! Stop it! You guys think you're so smart. Well, this is the last time I'm going to have trouble with you.
Put down that gun.
It's too late now. Take that. Gee, tenors are hard to kill. Well, I guess that'll hold you for a while. Now, come on, you guys. Come on, get out of here. Get out. Wait a minute. They're dead. I killed them. I killed them. But I didn't mean to.
Order in the court. Order in the court.
In the court? What am I doing here?
The next trial will be the case of Jack Benny versus the people of Anaheim, Azusa, and my darling Clementine.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What am I charged with?
You are charged with killing your quartet.
That's a crime?
Yes, and not only murder, but the court attendant will read the following charges.
On the night of September 30th, Jack Benny, willfully and with malice aforethought, did... You'll be sorry.
I did all that?
Yes, and anything you say will be used against you.
But look...
You better let your lawyer do all your talking.
But I haven't got a lawyer. This is a fine how do you do.
How do you do?
You, Dennis. Dennis, you're my lawyer?
Silly boy.
Dennis, you... My lawyer.
Certainly. Don't you remember? You hired me for $35 a week.
But, kid, I only hired you to sing on my radio program.
Yes, but in the fine print of my contract, it says that I have to be your lawyer when I'm not mowing your lawn.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember I hired you because you weighed 140 pounds stripped.
Everyone rise. Here comes His Honor, the judge.
What is this? I don't need any trial. When the judge hears my story, he'll know that I'm innocent. He has such a kind, intelligent face. Oh, Judge?
Yes.
Oh. Are you the judge?
Yes. And let's get on with the execution.
You mean trial?
I know how it's going to end.
Judge, you mean I'm going to be Dennis? Dennis, you're my lawyer. Say something.
To each his own. What? It's either that or plead guilty.
Gee, I'm glad you thought of that.
Hiya, Jackson.
Phil, what are you doing here?
I'm the district attorney, and I ain't going to rest until you're executed.
Phil, you're the district attorney. You've got 2 shows now.
going to? District Attorney.
Petrillo.
Oh, but Phil. Phil, you're not a lawyer. You're a musician. I know you're a musician.
Oh, trying to plead insanity, huh?
But I'm not. I'm not trying to plead insanity.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this trial to bring you a spot announcement. Thank you, Fido.
Fido? What happened to Spot? Oh, well, he was probably just a summer replacement. Anyway, I know I'll get out of this mess. I know I will.
Sure you will, Jack. Don't worry.
Don, where'd you come from?
Eastern Columbia, Broadway at night.
What?
I'm the big Cluck.
That's Clark.
And now the prosecution calls its surprise witness, Miss Mary Livingston.
Make room. Hello, Philzy. Hiya, Judge.
Miss Livingston, please take your usual seat.
No, Judge, I might spoil the crease in your pants. I better sit in the witness chair.
Gee, and they're nylons, too. And look at those fog lights on her knees with dimples on them.
Miss Livingston, before you're allowed to testify, the bailiff will swear you in. Go ahead, Bay.
Miss Livingston, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, with pickle in the middle and the mustard on top?
No, with the mustard in the middle and the bananas in the refrigerator.
Gee, is that the way they swear in witnesses today?
Now, Miss Livingston, as the prosecuting attorney, I want to ask you, have you ever been out on a date with the defendant, Jack Benny?
Yes, several times.
Did Mr. Benny ever attempt to kiss you?
Sure. Mr. Benny is a caveman type of lover.
Caveman type of lover?
Yes, one kiss and he caves in.
I do not.
Now, Miss Livingston, concerning the alleged murder of this quartet, do you...
Objection overruled.
But nobody objected.
I know, and it was getting awfully dull.
Dennis, the judge is against me. I'm afraid, I tell you.
Order in the court. The 497th day of the trial of Jack Benny is on.
Gee, I'm so tired.
Now, miss, you're a brand new witness. Please tell us all about yourself.
I am a telephone operator. My name is Gertrude Gearshift. I work at NBC. Wednesday is my night off, if you know what I mean.
Now, when you work at NBC, you hear all the telephone conversations that come through, don't you?
No, there are other switchboards. I'm on the first, Mabel's on the second, and Greenberg's on third.
Greenberg? How did he get in here?
Now, Miss Gearshift, you asked to be brought here as a witness. Tell the court in your own words exactly what you said to me in my office this afternoon.
I said, stop, you're smearing my lipstick.
No.
I said that too, but you wouldn't listen.
Dennis, I don't like the way the trial is going. I tell you, I'm worried.
Now, Mr. Benny, will you please take the stand?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Benny, what is your occupation?
I am the fiddler. I play by night. I influence. Order in the court. The jury will now give their verdict.
So fast?
Foreman, have you reached a verdict? Good. What is your decision?
We find the defendant, Jack Benny, guilty of...
Guilty of what?
the whole thing.
But this is ridiculous. I'm innocent, I tell you. I never was responsible for anyone's death in my entire life.
What about the gas man?
Rochester, stand aside. Your Honor, please listen to me. Your Honor, I admit that I killed my quartet. But it was justifiable homicide. They were making me a nervous wreck. They were driving me crazy. I was paying them $500 a week.
never sang good for me. But they always sang beautifully on other programs. So pretty with such beautiful harmony. I remember because I heard him the night I killed him. I was lying in bed and I turned on my radio. Asleep. Well, what do you know? I forgot to turn off the radio.
We'll be back in just a minute, but first here is my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
Remember this all-important fact. It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Mr. John L. Pinnock, independent tobacco warehouseman of Reedsville, North Carolina, has operated tobacco warehouses for 28 years. He said, "At all the auctions I've attended, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy tobacco that just can't be beat when it comes to smoking enjoyment. That's why for 28 years I've been a Lucky Strike smoker."
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Pinnock can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 59 out of 59, American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike, the cigarette of fine tobacco.
Gee, that was one of the silliest dreams I ever had. Oh, well, I'll get back to sleep again.
Darn that Rochester. I told him to blow out my jack-o'-lantern.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike, and Lucky Strike alone, offers you important evidence gathered in the tobacco country by the world-famous Crosley poll. This evidence clearly reveals the smoking preference of the people who really know tobacco: auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen. Here's what the Crosley poll found.
Independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
These experts know their business. Their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike, we believe, has a direct relationship to the quality of tobacco we purchase for Lucky's, and to the smoking enjoyment you may expect from fine tobacco. And when these veteran tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice for their own personal smoking enjoyment, then you know.
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike.
Independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last night Jack Benny invited his girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, to attend our Sunday morning rehearsal. So let's go back and pick them up on their way to the studio.
Gosh, Gladys, it sure is a long bus trip from your house, isn't it?
It sure is, Speedy.
The bus has been so crowded, I'm sorry you had to stand all the way.
Oh, that's all right. Look how long you had to stand before you found a seat.
Yeah.
It was smart of you telling that old lady it was Crenshaw Boulevard when it was only Vermont.
Oh, well, the walk will do her good. You know, Gladys, you're the first one I've ever invited to my rehearsal. I want you to see how a big star operates.
You mean Phil Harris will be there?
Gladys, when I said a star, I meant that...
Speedy, I was only kidding. Stop pouting.
Well, I'm the star of the show, not Phil Harris. You hurt my feelings.
Oh, I know how it is, Speedy. Everyone likes to think they're the tops in their profession.
Certainly. How would you feel if I said that any plumber can solder a steam pipe as fast as you can? You know, everybody's proud of the things they do by them.
Standing by.
Here's where we get off. Watch the steps now. Say, Gladys, I'm early for rehearsal. Let's go in the drugstore and get a sandwich. Huh?
Okay.
Here are 2 vacant stools right here, Gladys.
Yeah, I'm hungry. What's on the menu?
Flies.
Oh, Speedy, even when you're sitting down, you're on your toes.
Yeah. Well, let's see what's on the menu. Corned beef sandwich, 55 cents. Roast beef sandwich, 60 cents. Ham and cheese, 70 cents. Sardine sandwich, 15 cents. Steak sandwich, $1.25. Hey, that sounds good.
What are you going to have?
A sardine sandwich.
Again?
Yeah. Oh, Clark!
Wait just a minute. We're busy. Are you ready, Joe?
Ready.
Rubber gloves.
Rubber gloves.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Tweezers.
Tweezers. Hey, what are you guys doing back there?
Hey, we're picking the garlic out of a salami.
Well, you can do that later.
Okay. What do you have?
We'll have 2 sardine sandwiches.
2 sardine sandwiches. Would you like the domestic or the imported?
Imported?
Yeah, those sardines come from Sweden, Norway, and Holland.
Now, where did the domestic come from?
Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Oh, well, then we'll have the domestic sardines.
Oh, it'll take a little while. We have to cook those over a smudge pot.
Never mind the jokes. I'm in a hurry.
Well, look, if you don't like the service here, go someplace else.
Well, then don't tell me to go someplace else. I came in here to get a sandwich, and you got to give it to me. Can't push me around, you know. I know my rights.
You tell him, Speedy. You've been on the freedom train.
You said it. Now go get our orders.
Okay.
While you're making the sardine sandwiches, I'll have a bowl of soup. What have you got?
Navy bean and soup de jour.
What's the soup de jour?
Navy bean.
No, well, I'll have soup de jour.
I'll have Navy bean.
Okay. Float the fleet and Halsey's eyewash. Navy bean. Hey, he's new here.
Oh. Well, hurry up, will you, and get our sandwiches?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
I thought I'd have a bite to eat before rehearsal.
Oh, good, kid. Here's the menu. What are you going to have?
I think I'll have a roast beef sandwich and a corned beef sandwich.
A roast beef sandwich and a corned beef sandwich?
I've got 2 shows.
Imagine ordering 2 sandwiches just because you've got 2 shows. Wait, Dennis, this is Gladys Zabisco.
Hello.
Haven't we met before? Your legs look familiar.
Dennis, if you've met before, how come all you remember is her legs?
Well, that's all I could see. She was fixing a pipe under our kitchen sink.
Oh, yes. In fact, I recommended her, I remember.
Here, you 2 bowls of soup.
Thanks. Gee, this looks good.
Hey, Speedy, look what's in my soup, a button.
Well, how do you like that? Hey, waiter.
Yeah?
There's a button in this suit.
Well, what do you want for 15 cents? A zipper?
No, I don't want a zipper, and I demand to know why there's a button in this suit.
Oh, Speedy, don't argue with him. I just won't pay for my soup.
No, Gladys, this is on me. I won't pay for it. Now, look, waiter.
Here's a roast beef sandwich and a corned beef sandwich. Who ordered it? I did. Now, what do you have to drink?
Coffee, tea, and milk.
Coffee, tea, and milk?
I did a guest shot last week.
No. Well, come on, kids. We gotta hurry, so let's... That was a pretty good sandwich. Come on, we better get over to the studio. Come on, Gladys.
Right behind you, Speedy.
Watch the check, folks. There's water all over the floor.
Oh, yes.
I'm the manager. I hope you'll excuse it. One of the pipes behind the soda fountain sprung a leak.
Oh, that's too bad. Come on, Gladys.
I have no idea what caused it.
Well, mister, maybe the water's backing up because you're not getting enough air through the vents.
No, I checked the vents.
Gladys, come on.
On the other hand, maybe the washer in the union behind the waste tap is shot.
Gladys, let's go.
Well, I was...
Of course, you can't always put your finger on it, but my guess is that your inside line is corroded, or the valves in the hot water intake will have to be reseated.
Gladys, let's go, will you?
Speedy, this is business.
But this is Sunday.
That's time and a half.
I know, but look at...
Look, mister, if you want, I'll be glad to check all the connections. Or even run a snake through the line and see that there's any obstructions between the elbow joint and the flush out.
Well, I would appreciate if you fixed our plumbing. That is, if your friend won't mind.
Oh, I thought you knew my friend. His name
Herman Fishback. Now, come on, Gladys, let's go.
Well, it'll only take a minute. Hand me that bag.
You can't fix it now. Anyway, there's nothing in there but a lipstick.
On the other end is a pipe wrench.
Oh. But, Gladys, when you finish the job, I'll be over at the studio. Come on, Dennis, let's go.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Huh?
Are you in love with Gladys Disco?
No, Dennis. I wouldn't call it love. We're just friends, that's all.
Gee, a plumber's friend.
Yeah.
When did you first meet her?
Oh, it was just one of those unexpected things. One day I was walking down the street, fell in an open manhole, and there she was. You know, fate.
Well, love is where you find it.
Yeah, I get it. Oh, hold it, kid. We better stand here on the curb till the light changes.
Say, Emily, isn't that Jack Benny over there? Where, Martha? Standing on the corner. Why, yes, so it is. No, he always looks so handsome. Those sparkling blue eyes, that manly physique, that Grecian profile, that regal poise. And when he smiles, something happens to my sacroiliac. That's strange, Martha. I thought South America took it away. Oh, Emily, stop joking. The trouble with you is you've never been in love. Oh, no? What about Cleveland? Cleveland? What happened there? Not Ohio. Grover. Oh, yes. But, Emily, I always keep dreaming that someday I'll be taking an ocean voyage on the same boat with Mr. Benny, and we'll get shipwrecked, and we'll wind up alone on a desert island. Just me, Jack, and Errol Flynn. Master, if your ship sets with Jack Benny, what do you want with Errol Flynn? What's the matter? You crazy or something? Master, how you carry on?
Come on, Dennis. We can cross the street now.
Oh, gee, I left my music in the drugstore. I better go back and get it.
All right, kid, but hurry. Don't be late for rehearsal.
Oh, I won't.
There's just one place for me near you. It's like heaven to be near you. Times when we're apart, I can't face my heart.
Hey, Bud.
Say you'll never stray more than just 2 lips away.
Hey, Bud. Bud.
Huh?
This is my side of the street.
What?
Unless you want to team up.
No. Well, maybe I should have taken him up. Then I'd have 2 shows. Nah, I'd have to play the violin and everything. Oh, well. Da-da-dum, dee-ba-boom, dee-boom, dee-da-dum. Whoop. It was only a bottle cap. Well, here's the studio.
Good morning, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Clancy. Any fan mail for me?
Nope.
Thank you. He's a nice fellow. Well, I better go in and start rehearsing.
Won't you come with me to Alabama? Well, let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling ham.
Okay,
And that's
Phil,
what I like
okay,
about
I'm
South.
here.
In a minute, Jackson. There, you can make no mistakey. Where those nerves are never shaky. Ought to taste that layer cakey. That's what I like about South.
Hold it. Phil, hold it. We've got to start rehearsing.
Start rehearsing. That's what I've been doing.
Rehearsing, that's what I like about the South? For what?
Yeah, I'm going to sing it today on your program.
Oh, you are, eh?
Yeah.
Phil, I want to talk to you about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Not here. I don't want to embarrass you in front of your boys. Come on, step out in the hall.
All right. Hey, I'll be back in a minute, fellas.
Okay, Jackson, what is it? Not here. Let's go into my dressing room.
All right, Jackson, all right. What's on your mind?
Sit down, Phil. Now, Phil, I've heard you sing That's What I Like About the South 50 times a year for the last 12 years. And I defy you to show me where those lyrics make one bit of sense.
Jackson, you cut me deeply.
I have, eh? Well, do me a favor, will you? I want you to sing That's What I Like About the South right here and now. Sing it slowly. And I'll show you how ridiculous those lyrics are.
Okay.
Now, go ahead. I just want to show you. Go ahead.
All right. Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy, and that's what I like about...
All right. Now, look. That I can understand. You have a mammy, she lives down in Alabama, and she's frying ham and eggs. Now, that's fine. That makes sense. Now, continue. I just want to show you. Continue.
There you can make no mistakey. Where those nerves are never shaky. You ought to taste that layer cakey, and that's what I like.
All right. Now, hold it. Now, that I can understand a tiny bit. Somehow, your mother added a pinch of baking powder to the ham and eggs, and it turned out to be a layer cake. Layer cakey. All right, cakey. Now go on. I want to hear the rest. Go on.
Down where they have those pretty queens, they keep on dreaming those dreamy dreams. Let's sip that absinthe in New Orleans, cause that's
Hold it. Now, wait. Hold it a minute.
What's the matter?
Look, 10 seconds ago, you were eating ham and eggs in Alabama. Now you're sipping absinthe in New Orleans.
Certainly.
Well, Phil, answer me this. If you're in Alabama, how can you sip absinthe in New Orleans?
Long straw.
Well, all right, Phil. I'll even go along with that. Now continue.
Here come old Roy with all the news. The box-back coat and the button shoes, but he's all caught up with his union dues, and that's what I like about the South.
Go on.
Here come old Bob down the street. Whoa,
What happened to Roy?
A couple of feet. He would rather sleep than eat, and that's what I like about the South. Did I tell you about the place called Doo-Wah Diddy? It ain't no town, and it ain't...
Hold it, Phil. Hold it. I've been waiting for that.
Huh?
Yep. Oh, boy. Just a minute.
Oh, what's the matter?
Now, wait a minute. Phil, I have the latest Rand McNally map of the United States. Here, look at it. Show me one place on it called Doo-Wah Diddy. I can see Walla, Ypsilanti, Ashtabula, Tucumcari, Nacogdoches, and even Waxahachie. But where in the name of Stephen Foster is Doo-Wah Diddy? Or Petrillo. Where in the name of Petrillo? Where is Doo-Wah Diddy?
Jackson, I just told you.
You told me what?
It ain't no town, it ain't no city. It's awful small, but awful pretty. Doo-Wah Diddy.
Now, don't describe it. I mean, just tell me, is it a real place?
Certainly, Jackson. It ain't just a fig leaf of my imagination.
But, Phil, just answer me one thing. Look, just answer me one thing, Phil. Look, if Doo-Wah Diddy ain't no town and it ain't no city, what is it? Is it a village? Is it a hamlet? Is it a gas station? Is it a sack of Bigaro? Is it Clyde? Is it Sulphur-Thiazole? What is Doo-Wah Diddy? That's all I ask.
Jackson, will you...
Now, wait, what is...
Don't get yourself worked up. You'll fall over. Wait a minute. You're going to pick everything to pieces. You got nothing.
What?
Well, you can do that with any song.
What do you mean?
Well, take Frank Sinatra. Last night on the hit parade right here at NBC.
Yeah.
NBC,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is on Sunset and Vine,
Yeah.
right in the middle of Hollywood. What does he sing? River, stay away from my door. So what? River, stay away from my door. It ain't rained here for 4 months.
What about yesterday?
That wasn't enough to chase a jigger of bourbon.
Phil, that's a silly argument you're giving me. And anyway, what I said still goes. You're not going to sing That's What I Like About the South anymore on my program. Now, let's get back to rehearsal.
Okay.
Now, where's Don Wilson?
Oh, he's in dressing room D rehearsing the quartet.
Oh, well, I better go over and see how they're doing. What a song. Did you hear about the place called Doo-Wah Diddy? And here comes old Roy with a box-back coat and button shoes. The shoes I can understand, but I haven't worn a box-back coat in 2 years. Doo-Wah Diddy. Oh, here it is. I'll just peek in and see what the quartet's rehearsing. Oh, Don.
Stay out of here. Can't you see Oh, hello, Jack.
Look, Don, I just came in to...
I didn't know it was you.
Oh, that's all right, Don. Stop licking my hand.
I like sardines.
Oh, yeah, Don, those paper napkins. Don, were you and the boys rehearsing?
Yeah, we're doing Sonny Boy today. Would you like to hear it?
Sonny Boy? Oh, yes, Al Jolson's song. Go ahead.
Are you ready, boys? Take it.
I'm upon my knees, Speedy ring. LSMFT, Speedy ring. You've no way of knowing, there's no way of showing what you mean to me, Speedy ring. When there are gray skies, I don't mind the gray skies. You make them blue, Effie Boone.
Effie Boone?
You're often weary.
Yeah.
Make them grow and weary.
Yeah.
Effie Boone. You're from Kentucky, and I know your worth. You tell those Luckies the best right here on earth. They're so dead. When I'm old and gray, dear, I'll smoke night and day, dear.
Yeah.
I love you so, Speedy Boone.
Yes, Speedy Riggs and F.E. Boone. I remember them many years ago. A pair of barefoot boys playing joyfully in the tobacco fields. And as the sun would set over the magnolia trees, they would come trudging home with their chubby little arms filled with those big tobacco leaves. And who would meet them at the door? Basil Rysdale. And then on their day off, they would go to the old swimming hole, take off their clothes, and lie in the sun. And when Speedy Riggs turned to F.E. Boone and said, "Look at my back, is it burned?" F.E. Boone said,
It's okay. When I'm old and gray, dear, I'll smoke night and day, dear.
Yeah.
I love you so.
Don, that was very good. I'm glad the boys didn't go crazy.
Well, thanks, Jack.
Well, I'll see you later. Well, I guess I better get in there.
Jackie.
Oh, hello, Gladys. How'd you get in without a pass?
They thought I was going to fix the pipe.
Ah. Well, did you finish your job at the drugstore?
Yes.
Well, we're rehearsing in Studio C, so... Wait a minute, Gladys. What's that on your finger?
The hot water faucet. I can't get it off.
Gee, I was scared. I thought we were engaged. Oh, well, I'll help you with it later. Now, wait for me in Studio C. I got to go to my dressing room. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, da-dee-da-da-dum.
Hello, boss.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What are you doing here?
I brought your glasses down. You left them at home, and I knew you'd need them for your show.
Oh, thanks, Rochester. Hand them to me. I'll put them on. There. Funny how I could forget my glasses. You know, I can hardly see a thing, but... Say, I wonder if that was a bottle cap.
What'd you say, boss?
Nothing. Oh, by the way, Rochester, I won't be home for dinner tonight. I'm going to the K. Kaiser banquet. You know, it's his 10th anniversary on NBC. Rochester, remember when NBC gave me a 10th anniversary dinner?
Yeah, I remember that night.
Yeah.
They served roast breast and sardines.
Yeah. That's where I got the habit, you know. But you know, K. Kaiser's a nice fellow. He deserves a testimonial. Say, Rochester, what do you think I ought to wear tonight? My blue serge suit or my tuxedo?
You can't wear your tuxedo, boss. Somebody answered the ad you put in the paper, and I read it out this morning.
My tuxedo? Who'd you rent it to?
K. Kaiser.
Oh. I hope he's careful with it.
Well, boss, I might as well be getting back home now.
Okay. So long, Rochester.
So long, boss.
Now, let's see. Where are the scripts? Oh, here they are. I think they're all right.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Rochester.
I meant to ask you, as long as you're not coming home for dinner, do you mind if I take the night off?
No, I guess it'll be all right, Rochester. Why?
Well, my aunt is visiting me, and I'd like to show her the town.
Oh, your aunt, eh?
Yeah, she's never been to Los Angeles before. She's from way down south.
Really? What part of the South?
Mississippi.
Mississippi, eh? What town?
A little place called Doo-Wah Diddy.
Where did you say she's from, Rochester? A little place called what?
Doo-Wah Diddy.
Rochester, close the door.
What's the matter, boss?
Rochester,
Are you sure your aunt lives in Doo-Wah-Diddy?
Yeah, see this package I've got under my arm?
Uh-huh.
It's from my Uncle Roy.
Your Uncle Roy? What did he send you?
A pop back coat and button shoes.
Wait a minute. Rochester. Your Uncle Roy, who lives in Doo-Wah-Diddy, sent you a box back coat and a pair of button shoes?
Yeah. What's the matter, boss? You look kind of pale.
Yeah. I think I'll lie down. You and Rochester, you can have tonight off if you want.
Okay, boss, thanks.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
When you pass Studio C, tell Phil Harris it's all right for him to sing. That's what I like about the South. Can't get over it. I wonder if... Hello? Public Library? Miss, can you tell me, is there a little town in Mississippi called Doo-Wah-Diddy? What's the population? No, that's all. Thank you very much. Yeah, never been so embarrassed in all my life. I wouldn't blame Phil if he never talked to me again. So I'm not going to take this lying down. Hello? Rand McNally? I'm suing you. I guess that settles that. Imagine leaving off an important place like Doo-Wah-Diddy.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first...
American. Independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
That statement is backed up by an impartial Crosley poll just completed in 11 southern tobacco states. This poll, taken among tobacco experts, clearly reveals the smoking preference of the men who really know tobacco. The survey shows...
Independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
These are the experts, the top men in their field, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen. And we believe their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike has a direct relationship to the quality tobacco we purchase for Lucky's.
You've heard the poll results. Now listen to what Mr. Henry Snell, a tobacco warehouseman for over 32 years, recently said.
Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, mild, ripe tobacco. I've smoked Lucky 17 years.
So for your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
On Decoration Day, we'll go and picnic by the sea and take along some Lucky Strikes for the LSMFT.
Take it from me, Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
If you want a cigarette that gives you deep down pleasure, try Lucky Strike for better taste, for smoothness, for good measure. Yes, sirree. Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
Friends, there's more smoking enjoyment in Lucky Strike.
Because Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette. Yes, better. And here's why. Fine tobacco. And only fine tobacco always gives you a better tasting cigarette. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. Fine, light, ripe tobacco that always gives you complete smoking enjoyment. So to get everything you want in a cigarette, smoothness, mildness, and far better taste, switch to Lucky Strike. Try a carton soon. You'll agree, Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
Be happy, go Lucky Strike today.
Remember, Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
Program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Bob Stevenson, pinch hitting this week for Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last week Jack did his 4th television show in New York and is now back in Hollywood for his radio series. Many of you probably wonder how he keeps fit with such a strenuous schedule. So let's go out to Beverly Hills and see how our little star keeps in shape. Right now, he is standing in front of the radio doing his exercises.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Relax.
See, that was a tough one.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, before continuing, if you find that these exercises are bringing you good health and give you that great-to-be-alive feeling, show your appreciation by patronizing my sponsor, the Continental Steam Shovel Company.
Steam shovel?
You haven't lived until you've built your own freeway.
Gee, that must be fun.
And now for our next exercise, which I will read to you from my book of health. First, fold your arms.
Uh-huh.
Now bring your left wrist past your right elbow so that your right shoulder is in line with your left hip. Now pull through with a twisting motion and loop around the lower end, thus leaving the right side free. Now grab the free side, bring down under, pull back, raise to the center, and follow through, passing the left shoulder with the right arm.
Well, I made it.
Oh, heavens to Betsy. I picked up the wrong book. I just gave you directions for making a pretzel.
Oh, for heaven's sake, how am I going to get out of this? Rochester! Rochester!
Here I am, boss. Did you... Boss, what happened?
Never mind what happened. Untangle me.
Where do I start?
Well, first straighten up my head.
Where is it?
I'm standing on it.
Oh, yes. Boss, you're really twisted up. How did it happen?
I'll tell you later. Now, just straighten me up, and for heaven's sakes, hurry.
Don't get excited, boss. If I can get your head free, the rest of your body will snap back into place. Now, let me get a good grip on your head. Ah, there you are, all straightened up.
Thanks. I certainly feel... What was that?
Your nose. It was caught in your keychain.
Oh.
And now for the next exercise.
Oh, no, you're not going to get me again.
Boss, maybe this exercise will do you some good. Why don't you try it?
I'm not taking any chances. I'll listen to it first.
To begin this exercise, stand erect and follow me. Put your arms down at your sides. Now raise your arms out from the sides until they're level with your shoulders. Now let them down. Now raise them up, down, up, down, faster, 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 up, down, faster, 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 faster. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now conclude this lesson as your instructor just flew out the window.
Flew out the window?
Tomorrow's program will come to you from Capistrano.
Rochester, turn that off.
Yes, sir.
It's the last time I'll ever listen to that time. I'll get it. Well, hello, Phil.
Hello, Jackson.
What's the matter, Phil? Don't you feel well?
Well, I feel all right, I guess.
Well, what's wrong?
Nothing.
Well, come on inside, Phil.
Yeah, okay.
Here, sit down.
Thanks.
Now, come on, Phil, tell me. What's wrong?
Well, I'd rather not talk about it.
Phil, don't keep it to yourself. Tell me, what's wrong?
Remley's quitting my band.
Good.
Well, don't say that, Jackson. I'm hurt. Hurt to the quick.
But, Phil...
Well, you see, Remley's been with me for so many years. He's grown gray in my service.
Wait a minute. Frankie's hair isn't gray.
Not his hair, his skin.
Oh, yeah, I noticed the grayness of his skin, but I thought he was just dusty. But then you had musicians quit you before. Why carry on like this?
Well, it wasn't just business between me and Frankie. Well, it was more than that. You know that it was due to Frankie that I first met Alice. It was at a party.
Oh. Frankie introduced you to Alice?
Not exactly. I saved her from falling when she tripped over him.
How romantic. Well, Phil, what's Frankie going to do? Is he going to join another band?
No. He's getting out of the music business completely. He's going to buy a farm with 100 cows.
Oh, then he'll probably make a living selling milk.
Milk? Is that what them cows give?
Certainly.
Well, let me hit that phone. I got to tell Remley.
Phil, let me handle it. Maybe I can get him to come back. I'll call Frankie. Hello, Frankie? This is Jack. Now, Frankie, how about your changing your mind and coming back to Phil's band? Huh? Yeah, he feels terrible about losing you. He's standing right next to me now, and he's crying. Oh, yes, he's really crying. Each tear has a little head on it. You will? That's fine. Goodbye. Phil, I've got good news. Frankie is... I can't understand. I only talked to him on the phone. Phil, Frankie says he'll stay with your band.
Oh, joyous day. Hey, thanks, Jackson. I never could have believed you could have fixed...
Come in. Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Hey, how you live?
Hello, Phil. Who hit you in the face with a glass of beer?
He's been crying. Mary, you're a little early. I'm not supposed to be at the doctor's office for an hour yet.
Doctor? What's the matter with him, Livy?
Well, Jack's going overseas this summer for the USO, and he has to get a checkup and some shots.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jack, I came a little early because I got a letter from Mom, and I thought you might want to hear it.
Well, so long, kids. I'll be running along.
Phil, don't you want to hear the letter?
I'll hear it tonight on the repeat show. So long.
So long. You got a letter from your mother, eh, Mary? What does the Yogi Berra of Plainfield have to say?
I'll read it to you. My darling daughter, Mary.
Oh, hold it a second, Mary. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
What do you want?
Dennis, you called me.
Oh, yeah. Say, Mr. Benny, the weather is so nice. How about you going to the beach with me?
Well, it's silly to go all the way to the beach, kid. If you want to go swimming, why don't you come over here and use my pool?
Oh, I'd rather go to the beach. All the people there are crazy about me. They think I'm a great comedian and I'm very funny.
They do?
Yeah. I went swimming last week and all the people at the beach stood around watching and laughing at me.
Well, maybe it's because you look funny in your bathing suit.
Oh, bathing suit! Well, how about going to the beach, Mr. Benny? Mr. Benny?
This is Mary. Jack's banging his head against the wall.
Oh.
And Dennis, I'm sure Jack won't go with you. He doesn't like the beach.
Well, if he won't come, I'll just take my dog, Prince.
Your dog?
Yeah, we have a lot of fun. You know, throwing a stick into the ocean and bringing it back.
Oh, isn't that dangerous?
No, he can't throw it very far. Well, so long. See you soon, Mary. Mary.
This is Jack. Mary stuck her head in the Bendick. Now, look, kid, if there's nothing else, please hang up.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. That kid gets sillier day by day.
Oh, he's not so bad.
He's not, eh? Then why are they getting Idiot's Delight to be his summer replacement?
I don't know. Now, Jack, do you want me to read Mama's letter?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
My darling daughter, Mary.
Hello?
It's me again, Mr. Benny.
What do you want now, Dennis?
Well, I forgot to tell you I didn't get my salary check last week.
You didn't receive your salary check?
No.
That's funny. I made it out like the others. Everybody else got theirs in the mail.
Well, did you mail mine with all the others?
Uh-huh.
Did you have my right address?
Uh-huh.
Did you mark the zone number next to the stamp?
Oh, stamp!
Now cut that out! Stop already and hang up.
Goodbye. Hey, Dennis, wait a minute.
Now what?
As long as you're on the phone, let me hear the song you're going to sing on the program.
Okay. I've had so many requests to sing my latest RCA Victor release, Mr. Mississippi.
Never mind the plugs on the phone. It's only us, and I don't buy.
The operator might.
Never mind. Just sing.
Okay.
Was all I ever had. Oh, I was born to wander. I was born to roam. And Mr. and Mississippi made me feel at home. Oh, I was born to wander. I was born to roam. And Mr. and Mississippi made me feel at home. My cradle was the river, my school a river boat. My teacher was a gambler, the slickest one afloat. My teacher was a gambler, the slickest one afloat. He taught me not to gamble on a petticoat. I was born to wander, I was born to roam, and Mr. Mississippi made me feel at home. Oh, I was born to wander, I was born to roam, and Mr. Mississippi made me feel at home. I'd love a tiny village, a quiet country town, a house, a little garden, with kitties running round. I'd be a faithful husband, oh, I'd be a trusting friend, until I heard that steamboat coming round the bend. So I was born to wander, I was born to roam, and Mr. Mississippi made me feel at home. So I was born to wander, I was born to roam, and Mr. Mississippi made me feel at home.
Gladys, that song sounded swell even though it was over the phone. It'll even be better on the program when... Can't understand that kid. Every time I try to compliment him, he either hangs up or walks out.
My darling daughter, Mary.
What?
I'm reading Mama's letter.
Oh, I'm sorry, doll. Go ahead.
My darling daughter, Mary.
Come in. Well.
Hello, Mr. Billy.
Mr. Kitzel.
Hello, Mr. Kitzel.
Hello, Miss Livingston. I didn't mean to intrude, but I'm dropping in to all my friends to tell them the good news.
Good news?
Good news. Next month, I am opening up a pet shop.
A pet shop?
Yeah.
Say, that sounds interesting. What are you going to have in it?
Oh, all kinds of fishes, angel fishes, guppy fishes, and birds, canary birds, parrots, parakeets, and cats.
Well, aren't you afraid that Mr. Kitzel, aren't you afraid that the cats will eat the birds?
No, Sam Katz, my partner.
Oh. I don't know.
Mr. Kitzel, I think you'll be happy with the pet shop. It's a fascinating business.
I think so. You know, that was always my ambition. Ever since I was a boy, I made money raising rabbits.
Oh, you know how to raise rabbits?
With rabbits? What do you have to know?
Oh, I see.
And you know, this may sound hard to believe, but when I was a boy, also for a pet, I had a pig.
A pig?
Yes. And never did that pig love anybody like that pig loved me.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe he realized I'd never eat him.
Could be.
Well, Mr. Benny, if you're ever in my neighborhood, pop in and look around.
I will. And Mr. Kitzel, lots of luck with your new business.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye. See, Mary, I hope his pet shop is a success.
So do I. Now can I read?
Oh, yes, Mary. Your mother's letter. Go ahead, Mary.
Boss, look what time it is. You'll be late for the doctor.
Say, you're right, Rochester. Are you ready, Mary?
Anytime you are.
Well, let's go. And Rochester, you can have the evening off.
Yeah, thanks, boss. I already called my girl, Susie.
Oh, you got a date tonight, Rochester?
Yeah, we're going to Wrigley Field.
Oh, that's nice. You and Susie going... Wait a minute. Rochester, the Los Angeles baseball team isn't playing there this week. Wrigley Field is dark.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well, come on, Mary. Let's go.
Oh, come on, Jack. Dr. Grant's office at the end of the hall.
Okay. See, this building is full of doctors. Dr. Iman, eye specialist. Dr. Chester, chest surgery. Dr. Head, brain specialist. Dr. Foot, chiropodist. Dr. Smorgasbord, general practitioner. Oh, here it is, Dr. Grant. Let's go in, Mary. Mary, did you make an appointment for me?
No, just talk to the nurse. It'll be all right.
Just a minute, Mary. You've been to this doctor before. How much does he charge?
Well, Jack, he hasn't any set fee. He charges according to the patient's income.
What do you mean?
Well, if one patient makes more than another, Dr. Grant feels the richer patient should pay more. Now, go on. Talk to the nurse.
Okay.
Yes, sir?
Oh, I'd like to see Dr. Grant.
Oh, you're a new patient. Who recommended you?
Recommended me? Miss Mary Livingston.
I see. Your name?
Jack Benny.
Address?
366 North Camden Drive.
Occupation?
Unemployed.
Your age?
39.
Do you have anyone to recommend that?
Never mind.
Your weight?
155 pounds.
Color of eyes?
Eyes?
They're blue, aren't they?
Bluer than the winner's tongue in a huckleberry pie-eating contest.
Wait a minute. Aren't you Jack Benny?
I knew my last line would get you. Yes, I am. Why?
Well, a friend of yours, Speedy Riggs, is in the other office with the oculist taking an eye test.
Oh, Speedy Riggs. Now, may I go in and say hello to him?
Certainly. Right through that door.
Thank you.
Now, read the top line, Mr. Riggs.
Yes, Dr. Cook.
Oh, hello, Speedy.
Oh, hello, Jack. Be with you in a minute. I'm just having my eyes examined.
I know.
Now, read the top line, Mr. Riggs.
L-S-M-S-T.
Very good. Now, can you read the very last line, Mr. Riggs?
Oh, yes, I know that one. Poodly poo 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 poo.
Where does it say poodly poo 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 poo? Where?
Right down there in the bottom, in the very fine print.
Oh, well, that's the name of the company that prints the chart. J.M. Poodly Poo Poo and Son. Now, Mr. Riggs, will you please read that bottom row of numbers as fast as you can?
Yes, sir. 8, 5, 6, 7, 4, 6, 8, 4.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, nurse.
The doctor will be ready for you soon, but I still have a few more questions to ask you.
Oh, well, go ahead, nurse. Did you ask me the color of my eyes?
I asked you. Now tell me, do you belong to any medical plan?
What was that?
I say, do you belong to any medical plan?
Yes, I do.
Which one?
Well, the Blue Shield, the California Hospitalization Plan, the Ex-Sailor Sick Benefit Group, the Actors Mutual Health Society, the Los Angeles County Prepaid Medical Anesthesia and Ointment Program, the Linwood Poison Ivy Protective Plan, and the Mutual Cooperative Health Association. That's the $1 a day till they carry you away plan. I guess that's about all.
Well, you certainly belong to a lot of medical groups.
I know. Every day that I'm well, it's costing me a fortune.
For Christmas, he wanted me to break his leg.
There, you can stop with that.
You may go in to see the doctor now, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Oh, doctor. Doctor. Look, doctor, I'm here...
Never mind. Just come right in and take your shirt off.
Wait a minute. There's something I didn't settle with the nurse. What do you charge for an examination?
Nothing. Now take your shirt off.
Wait a minute. If you don't charge people, how do you make a living?
I keep their shirts.
Oh.
Now let's get on with the examination. Put this thermometer in your mouth.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, just stand behind this fluoroscope while I look at your chest and stomach. Now hold still. Well, your chest seems to be all right. Now I'll look at your stomach. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Haven't you eaten since then? Now let me look at that thermometer. Well, your temperature seems to be all right. 66.
66?
Oh, silly me, I've got it upside down. It's 99.
That's better.
I'm surprised it isn't higher.
Why?
I gave you a hot foot.
Now, look, doctor, the only reason I came in was to get some shots. I'm going out of the country.
Good.
Never mind that. Now, how about my shot?
All right. I'll get the nurse to help me. We'll each give you a shot. That way we'll finish it faster. Oh, Miss Jones.
Yes, doctor.
We're going to give the patient some overseas shots. Have you your needle ready?
Yes, doctor. Let's start. Now hold still.
Wait a minute. What are you drawing those lines on my arm for?
We love to play tic-tac-toe.
What?
I go here.
Ow!
I go there.
Ooh. I go here.
Ow!
I go there.
Ow!
I go here.
Ooh.
I missed you again.
Doctor, nurse.
Now let's roll him over and start another game.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm getting out of here. Oh, Mary! We're a little late, so good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Hal Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard.
The Jack Benny program, transcribed, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
The teacher said, what blend is best? The college class replied, those Lucky Strikes a happy smoke so mild and rich inside.
I'd whirl and twirl upon my skates and do a fancy spin, then cut these words right in the ice for marvelous Lucky's win.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
Enjoy your cigarette. Enjoy truly fine tobacco that combines both perfect mildness and rich taste in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. For only fine tobacco gives you both perfect mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So, friends, be happy. Go lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Larry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, a little over a month ago, Jack Benny made his first and only appearance in television. Last week, the radio and TV editors of the United States conducted a poll. And who do you think was selected as the most outstanding personality in television?
Don.
And which comedian was picked as having television's funniest program?
Don.
And who do you think was chosen as television's most popular?
Don, we can't do this introduction.
Why not?
We wrote it too soon. They picked Milton Berle. So you'll have to think of something else.
Okay, Jack.
Wait a minute, Don. Jack Benny, do you mean to say that when you heard there was going to be a poll, you had the nerve to assume they were going to pick you?
Well...
You never wait for final results, do you?
What?
Every time you made a picture, you were so sure you were going to win the Academy Award.
Look, Mary. What are you laughing at?
You're the only actor in Hollywood who's got 12 bottles of gold polish and no Oscars.
Well, for your information, Mary, that polish isn't going to waste.
Well, what do you mean?
Come here a minute. You know that bowl in my living room that's full of goldfish?
Uh-huh.
Sardines.
I wondered how you trained them to jump through onion rings.
It'd be great for television, wouldn't it? Now, Don, due to this unfortunate turn of events, you'll have to give me another introduction.
But, Jack, I still think that even though you did only one program in TV, you should have been selected as television's greatest star.
Well,
I agree with Don, Jack. Not only did you look youthful and handsome, but you're a master showman.
Oh, man.
Why, Jack, I thought your timing was absolute.
Hold it, kids. I know Christmas is coming, but let's not get panicky.
Oh, so that's it, using flattery to get Christmas presents. Phil, I'm surprised you didn't go along with them.
Why should I butter you up for a lousy pair of shoelaces?
Wait a minute, Phil. I'll admit that 3 years ago I gave Don Wilson a pair of shoelaces for Christmas. But I only did that for a gag.
Well, I'm ready for another gag. They broke this morning.
Really? I knew I should have gotten the ones with the metal tip. Anyway, fellas, I still think that you got a lot of nerve.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, she's here. Hold the wire. Mary, it's for you.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Oh, hello, babe. When did you get into town?
Is this your babe?
Yeah. What? Oh, that's wonderful, babe. Where are you staying while you're here? Well, be more specific. Which YMCA?
What?
How were things at home when you left? Aunt Clara had a boy? Yeah, Aunt Clara had a boy this time.
Oh, just what she wanted. That makes it even, doesn't it?
Yeah, 12 of each. Babe, what are you doing in California? You have to go to San Francisco? So soon? But it seems like they just painted that bridge.
Mary.
Well, tell me, babe, if you're going to San Francisco, what are you doing here in Los Angeles? Lawsuit? You're going to sue Phil Harris? But why? Oh, babe, I'm sure he doesn't mean you when he sings about the thing. What? Your pictures on the music? Well, then maybe you've got a case. So long, babe. See you later.
Hey, Phil, babe's going to sue you. You better explain what the thing is. What kind of a song is it, anyway?
Well, Jackson, I can't describe it to you. You'll have to hear it.
Well, can your boys play it?
That's all they can play.
Well, okay, come on. Let's have it.
While I was walking down the beach one bright and sunny day, I saw a great big wooden box a-floating in the bay. I pulled it in and opened it up, but much to my surprise, ooh, I discovered a... Right before my eyes, ooh, I discovered a... Right before my eyes, I picked it up and ran to town as happy as the king. I took it to a guy I knew who'd buy most anything. But this is what he hollered at me as I walked in his shop. Oh, get out of here with that. Before I call the cop, oh, get out of here with that. Before I call the cop. I turned around and got right out a-running for my life. And then I took it home with me to give it to my wife. But this is what she hollered at me as I walked in the door. Oh, get out of here with that. And don't come back no more. Oh, get out of here with that. And don't come back no more. I wandered all around the town until I chanced to meet a hobo who was looking for a handout on the street. He said he'd take most any old thing. He was a desperate man. But when I showed him he turned around and ran. Oh, when I showed him he turned around and ran. I wandered on for many years, a victim of my fate, until one day I came upon St. Peter at the gate. But when I tried to take it inside, he told me where to go. Oh, get out of here with that. And take it down below. Oh, get out of here with that. And take it down below. The moral of the story is, if you're out on the beach and you should see a great big box and it's within your reach, don't ever stop and open it up. That's my advice to you, 'cause you'll never get rid of them. No matter what you do, no, you'll never get rid of them. No matter what you do.
Phil, that was very good, but I still can't understand it.
Well, Jack, the Sportsman Quartet are here, and they have a version of that same song that may explain it to you.
The quartet? Well, go ahead, boys. Let's hear it.
Whenever Mr. Harris used to open up his mouth, you knew that he was going to sing that song about the South. Now, just when he's been quieter than we can't remember when, he learns a song about, and here we go again. Oh, he learns a song about, and here we go again.
we all kinda like the way you sing a song. But don't you think it's possible to sing one song too long? If you would change a lyric or two, your hooper you might like. So why not sing about the cigarettes we like? So why not sing about the cigarettes we like? For deep down smoking satisfaction, Lucky is the one. You'll never take a puff that's rough, that's why they're so much fun. They are so mild and tastier too, you'll say, for goodness sake, let's all light up the cigarettes we like. Oh, let's all light up the cigarettes we like. After all is said and done, it's LSM-18. So round and firm and fully packed and on the draw so free. Be happy and go lucky with us and join us at this mic. Then we can sing about the cigarettes we like. Oh, we can sing about the cigarettes we like.
Don, I get a much better picture of it now, but I would have enjoyed it even more if Phil's orchestra wasn't off key.
What do you mean off key? Now, let me tell you something, Jackson, that you may not know. Some of my musicians are symphony men. They used to be with Giannini.
That's Toscanini. Giannini.
A natural mistake for a chap whose wife owns the Bank of America.
Well, I'm not interested. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm from the Red Arrow Messenger Service. I was told to give you this envelope.
This? Oh, yes, I know what it is. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, just a minute, boy. Here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now I can move to Beverly Hills.
Yeah, I'm glad they finally sent this envelope over.
What is it, Jack?
Well, I'm going to be interviewed by a radio commentator, and she sent me the questions, so I'll have to think about the answers. Mary, here, you go over this with me and read the questions just as they're written, will you please?
Okay. Here's the first question. Tell me, Mr. Benny, where were you born?
Waukegan, Illinois, February 14th, 1911. Well, go ahead, Mary. Ask me the next question.
Well, all right. Mr. Benny, we've seen many pictures of you in a sailor suit. What year did you enter the Navy?
1917. Go ahead, Mary. Next question.
Wait a minute, Jack. You were born in 1911 and went into the Navy in 1917?
Yes. Next question.
Now, hold it, Jackson. If you were born in 1911 and went in the Navy in 1917, you would have been only 6 years old.
Next question, Mary.
Jack, how could you possibly get into the Navy when you were only 6 years old?
I had a tough draft board and shut up. Now, go ahead, Mary. Ask me the next question.
Okay. Now, Mr. Benny, this is your 19th year in radio, isn't it?
Yes.
Who was your first sponsor?
Canada Dry Ginger Ale. Next question, Mary.
Well, after they fired you, what did you...
Hold it. Let me see that. That's after they hired me. After they fired me.
A natural mistake for a gal who broke down the garage door and pulled the exhaust pipe out of your mouth.
Mary, this is a real legitimate interview, so let's be serious. Now, ask me the next question.
All right. Mr. Benny, tell me something about Rochester, your butler.
Rochester?
Yes. How long has he been with you?
Well, Rochester's been with me 14 years. As a matter of fact, it'll be exactly 14 years in March.
Well, how did you happen to find Rochester?
I'm glad you asked me that. It's a very interesting story. 14 years...
Jack, I know how you found Rochester. Let's get on to the next question.
But wait a minute, Mary. I'm going to have to do it when they interview me on the program, so I might as well get it all clear in my mind now. 14 years ago, I was in New York. It was about the middle of March, 1937. The weather was so nice, I decided to take a little drive. I was driving along 7th Avenue, around 134th Street. In my Mary Maxwell car, I go roaming near and far. Oh, da-dum, 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 da-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Ah, there's nothing like an auto ride on a day like this. Gosh, how time flies. Here it is, 1937. I've sure had this car a long time. I bought it second-hand, too. Got it from the Smiling Pilgrim.
What am I laughing it up for? I'm all alone. In my merry Maxwell. Oh, what a beautiful day. The month of March can be so nice in New York. Trees beginning to bud, birds are singing. See, it's great to be alive. I'm glad Mary pulled that exhaust pipe out of my mouth. She was right. I did get another job. In my merry Maxwell car, I go roaming near and...
Well, how do you like that? Hey, you, this is all your fault.
My fault?
You think just because you drive a taxi, you can smash into other people's cars.
But, mister...
Don't but Mr. Me. I'm going to sue you and your taxi company for damages because it was your fault.
But, mister, I was parked here when you hit me. This is a gas station.
Well, I can't understand how I could have run into you.
Neither can I. I was up on the grease rack.
Never mind that. Let me see your driver's license.
Okay, here it is.
March 18th, 1937. Issued to Rochester Van Jones. 5 feet 10 inches, 155 pounds, 31 years old, Orchachornia. What's that?
Dog eyes.
Well, here's my card. Now I'm going to take you into court and get every cent you've got in the world.
You can reach in my pocket and do that.
Well, you better think it over, and I'm willing to be reasonable. If you want to arbitrate and settle this out of court, I'll be home all afternoon.
Hey, do you think that the new taxi driver you hired will work out, Andy?
I don't know, Amos.
Doggone, I don't see why you had to hire a driver in the first place. We only got one cab, and I can drive that.
Listen, Amos, when you reaches our position in business and world, you has got to have people's working for you.
Yeah, well, I can't see where we has reached no position like that.
Listen, Amos. Do you realize that last month we lost less money than any month since we've been in business?
Yeah, but there's a reason for that. Last month only had 28 days in it.
Yeah, that's right. You know, Amos, if we can find a month short enough, we'll be able to break even.
Yeah, but Andy, I still think that we should wait till we start making money before we go around hiring people.
No, Amos. People is the thing. If we ain't got nobody working for us and we go bankrupt, there ain't gonna be nobody sorry for us but us. And us ain't enough people to absorb all that sorrow.
Well, Andy, we ain't bankrupt yet, though.
I know, but we is getting into those long months.
Well, I still think that I should deal with that driving that cab myself. Here comes Rochester, your new driver.
Hello there, Rochester. How was business this morning?
Bang up, gentlemen, bang up.
What you mean?
I had an accident with a man named Jack Benny.
Jack Benny? Oh, that must be the radio comedian.
If it is, this is really bad. He's supposed to be the cheapest man in the world.
Cheapest man in the world?
Yes, sir. I hear he lives so close to his money that even his skin feels like an outsider. And I also hear that he's got a zipper on his wallet that has yet to make its first zip.
Man, he must be.
Oh, he can't be so bad, gentlemen. In fact, he said he'd be home all afternoon if we wanted to arbitrate.
Wanted to arbor who?
The man said arbitrate.
Arbitrate. Well, now, if that ain't a coincidence. Arbitrate happens to be the one word in the English language with which I ain't familiar.
Well, why don't you look it up in the dictionary there, Andy?
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I got the dictionary right here.
Yeah.
Arbitrate. R. Where's the second letter?
You ain't got the first one yet.
I know I ain't. I'll get the first letter. I'm working on the second. Now, let me see here.
Well, hello there, boys. How's everything going?
Oh, not so good, Kingfish. Rochester here done had an accident in the taxi cab.
Well, that's bad, boys, bad.
Yeah, it's worse than that. The man he accidented with is going to arbitrate him.
Oh, that ain't good, boys.
How you know? You ever been arbitrated?
Gentlemen, I don't think you know the meaning of the word. Let me see that dictionary. Now, I think it begins with an A. Let's see. Arbitrary. Here it is. Arbitrate. To act as an arbiter.
Well, that's logical.
To mediate.
That ain't told us nothing yet.
To act as an umpire.
Well, the man wants to play baseball.
Listen, Kingfish, you was thinking umpire. This here is umpire.
Well, what is the difference?
Well, there's a baseball umpire, the British umpire, and the Umpire State Building. 3 entirely different words.
Ah, here it is. Arbitrate. To settle a dispute. That's it, gentlemen. I think Mr. Benny wants to settle this dispute.
Oh, I know that all the time. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, well, Kingfish, you better come along with us. We got to go to see this man that Rochester accidented with.
Yeah, well, you go along in my place, Kingfish. I better take the taxi cab over to the shop and fix it.
Yeah, okay, we better go. And remember, when we seize the man, let's all arbitrate in the same direction.
Yeah, we'll have to watch that. Come on, let's get on over there. Come on.
Well, here we is, Kingfish. This is the right place, ain't it, Rochester?
That's what it says here on the card.
Yeah, good.
Yes?
Excuse us for protruding, but, I, as the general manager, general counsel, and everything else for the Fresh Air Taxi Cab Company of America Eliminated.
Yeah. And I as likewise.
Oh, yes. You men are here about the accident. Come right in. I presume that your drivers informed you of the circumstances and my position in this case.
Oh, yes, sir. He done did that. Now, Mr. Benny, if you'll just make us out a check for $50, we'll forget the whole thing.
Me pay you? Listen, you start those tactics with me, you won't even get to first base.
There you are, gentlemen. I told you the man wanted to play baseball.
Baseball? Look, don't talk in riddles or I'll turn this matter over to a lawyer.
Lawyer? Well, here's my card, Mr. Benner.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. You was on our side.
I is?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. I got my handpieces ahead of my corpuscles there.
Now, look, you boys, you pay me for the damage to my car or I'll take you to court.
Well, now, just a minute there, Mr. Benny. You acting kind of hasty. You ain't even let us tell our side of the story.
I don't care about your side of the story. I'll have my lawyer see you in the morning.
Well, now, just a minute, Mr. Benny. Just a minute. Hold it, please. Say, Andy, come here. We got to do a little conferencing. No, Rochester, you stay where you is. This is just for the executives of the company.
Yeah, Rochester, we'll put up a bulletin for the employees. Hey, Kingfish, you look like you done gimmicked up the gimmick here. What is it?
Yeah, I just done give myself an idea in the head here. Now, look, it seemed to me we're going to have to pay Mr. Benny, and we ain't got no cash.
Yeah, and I don't think we can give him no check, neither. He looks like a vegetarian. If he don't see no green in front of him, he ain't going to bite, I tell you that.
Man, look here. I done noticed that Mr. Benny done answered the door by itself. In other words, putting it in the vehicular. That means that he ain't got no gentleman's gentleman.
Yeah, getting the guts of your conversation, Kingfish. He ain't got no valet, huh?
Yeah, you getting a half Nelson on the thing now, yeah. And as far as Rochester's concerned, we don't want no driver who is reckless enough to get hit on a grease rack. Now, look, man, do you follow me?
Follow you, Kingfish. If you turn around, we can dance. Now, you mean the thing to do is to palm Rochester off on Mr. Benny, huh?
That's it. Now watch, man. Watch. Miss Benny.
Yeah?
We was done considered the thing from every angle, and we wanted to give you the benefit of all the breaks and make a settlement in your favor. That's what we want to do.
Oh, well, that's different.
Yeah, now, Mr. Benny, we're going to take our cards out of our sleeve and lay them right on the table. Now, if you'll just bring your valet in here to witness this
Valet?
transaction.
I don't have a valet.
No valet? A man of your social position? A man who is a star of stage, screen, and radio? And who has nominated himself for an Academy Award? A man like you has got no valet?
Well,
No valet?
Well, I tell you, fellas, I've been thinking a long time of getting a valet, but somehow the right man hasn't come along.
He's here now.
Yes, sir, he's here already.
Gentlemen, stop forming a circle around me.
Quiet, Rochester, quiet. And shake hands with your new boss.
Wait a minute, not so fast.
Come on, Andy, we gotta go.
Now, wait a minute.
Goodbye, Mr. Bennett.
Good luck, Rochester. See you again, boy.
As long as I'm working for you now, don't you think we ought to discuss money?
Well, yes, Rochester. What do you think would be a fair salary?
I ain't going to get that, so let's start somewhere else.
Oh, good. Grab that vacuum cleaner. We can talk as we walk.
Ladies and gentlemen, according to the National Safety Council, the holiday season is an especially critical period as far as traffic accidents are concerned. So be careful if you drive the car or if you take a walk. Watch traffic lights, obey traffic regulations. The life you save may be your own. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a moment. But first, everybody, be happy, go lucky, and let's join in a real old-fashioned square dance.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
I call the dance while couples whirl and swing and do-si-do. And when I call out Lucky Strike, it always stops the show.
I could have come with Luke or Cy, but Clem's the one for me. Cause he knows fine tobacco counts and LSMFT.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
Yes, friends, be happy, go Lucky. Enjoy your cigarette. Puff by puff, you'll find Lucky's always give you perfect mildness. In fact, scientific tests confirmed by 3 independent consulting laboratories prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand. And puff by puff, you always get rich taste, too. All the deep down smoking enjoyment that comes from truly fine tobacco. Because LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. So, friends, be happy, go Lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
Well, Mary, I think the way I've got the interview is all right. I think people will be interested in the way I found Rochester.
Well, I think so, but Jack, how could you have possibly hit his car while I was up in the grass rake?
A natural mistake for a girl who's going back to the May Company tomorrow. Tonight, folks, we're really crazy.
Be tuned here Dennis Day in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the English Morning Show which follows me. Transcribed, this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Fine and Dandy. You know, when a friend recommends something to you, whether it's a movie, a book, or something to eat, you naturally feel favorably toward it. You feel that you can expect real quality. Well, that's the way our millions of friends feel about Jell-O. And no wonder, for Jell-O stands for quality. The name Jell-O is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods, and it tells you here is the best-looking, best-tasting dessert your family can enjoy. The one and only Jell-O. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, you'll know that's incorrect, for there is no other. And Jell-O brings you delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor, fragrant, full-bodied, and supremely tempting. A satisfying goodness that makes Jell-O America's favorite gelatin dessert. So when you buy, don't accept any substitutes for the real thing. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
That was fine and dandy, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man...
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. What's the idea?
There's going to be a little switch, Don. Tonight, I'm going to introduce you.
Well.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man who today is celebrating his 16th anniversary in radio. Here he is, folks, 300 pounds of sugar and spice and everything nice, Don Wilson. There you are, Don.
Well, thanks, everybody, and thank you, too, Jack, for that lovely tribute. But really, you didn't have to do it.
Oh, yes, I did, Don. Any man who can spend 16 years in radio and never miss a broadcast, a laugh, or a meal deserves an ovation. Today is your day, Don, and nothing is too good for you.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that, Jack, because for some time now I've been planning to ask you for a raise. I think I should get more money, don't you?
What's that, Don?
I said I think I deserve more money.
You sure do. Well, let's get on with the program. Tell me, Don, I'm sure a lot of our listeners would like to know, how did you happen to get into radio? Were you always an announcer?
No, Jack. I started out on an exercise program. I was known as Happy Don the Muscle Builder.
Oh, setting up exercises, eh?
Yeah, I used to start out the program by saying to my audience, bend over and touch your toes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, and then I'd bend over with them.
Oh, sure, I can imagine.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm still pretty limber. I can bend over and touch the floor right now.
Oh, yeah? Don, if you were an old maid, you'd have to go down in the basement, stand on a barrel, and bore a hole in the ceiling before you could look under the bed. But this is your anniversary, Don, so let's change the subject.
Okay, Jack, how about that raise? I think I deserve it, don't you?
Yes, I'm agreeing, but not spending. Oh, hello, Phil. How are you?
Hiya, Jackson. What's new?
Jackson again. Phil, why do you walk in here every Sunday night and call me Jackson?
Because asking you for a raise is like going up against a stone wall.
That was very clever, Phil. Very clever. You know, you're just lucky you're not broadcasting over a trap door right now. By the way, aren't you going to congratulate Don? You know, he's been in radio 16 years today.
Sure. Congratulations, Don.
Oh, thanks, Phil.
You know, Jack, I've been in this racket almost as long as Wilson.
You have? Oh, that's right, Phil. You started out in radio with a hillbilly band, didn't you?
Yep, the Blue Ridge Blue Blowers. Wakes, weddings, and feuds.
Oh, were you the leader?
No, I played first jug.
Jug, eh? Well, I'll bet it wasn't entirely empty. Who was your sponsor then, Phil?
Hatfield's Mountain Dew.
Oh.
Watch the pink elephants go by.
Well, quite a slogan. Now, let's see. What are we talking about then?
Well, I don't like to be insistent, Jack, but I've been with you for 5 years. Now, how about that raise?
Raise. Don, keep your shirt on. Let's Ringling Brothers move under it. And stop scowling at me.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Where were you?
I just got a letter from Mom, and I was out in the hall reading it to the janitor.
To the janitor?
Yeah, he says Mom is funnier than you are.
What, Cyril said that? Cyril? I hope he gets termites in his broom handle.
You want to hear the letter? Mom is a panic today.
Oh, all right. Go ahead. What's the B. Lily of Plainfield got to say?
Here it is. Plainfield, New Jersey, March the 9th.
Look, it's written in red ink.
Yeah, it's an extra.
Oh. Well, go ahead.
My darling daughter, Mary. Just a few words to let you know we're all well and that I received your last check. Quite a while ago, wasn't it?
The old gold digger. Go ahead.
So sorry you couldn't be here for your sister Ruby's wedding. It was a grand affair.
Well, it's about time she got married.
When the bridegroom said I do, your father yelled hooray. And I was so embarrassed I stopped applauding.
That's typical of your mother.
Your sister's husband is a local tree surgeon, and it was love at first sight.
Oh.
She met him one day when he came to prune your Uncle Otto's wooden leg. Which is budding again.
Budding again?
Yeah. Last year they got 3 bushels of apples off it.
Oh, that's amazing. Continue.
Your new brother-in-law is 6 feet tall and has beautiful brown hair, which would look much better without those bangs.
Your sister would get somebody like that.
Quiet.
Oh.
The happy couple are driving to California on the honeymoon and plan to visit you. So get out of town before it's too late, my dear.
Boy, is she corny.
I don't think so.
Of course not. You're in the groove, too. Go ahead, Mary.
Your brother Marvin wants to thank you.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. What's going on?
Nothing. Mary's mother's hogging our program again. Go ahead, Mary.
Your brother Marvin wants to thank you for the movie camera you sent him on his birthday. He took movies of your cousin Willie last week in our neighbor's chicken coop.
Well.
It must be quite a picture. They're going to preview it tonight at the police station.
What a family.
Must close now as there's no other news. Give my love to Don, Kenny, Phil, and that gray-haired weasel you work with.
I think she's comical.
So goodbye for now. Your loving mother, Pygmalion Livingston.
Pygmalion? Well, she's topical anyway, huh?
P.S. I almost forgot to tell you. When your father read about Hetty Lamar eloping, he tried to kill himself. But with gin as usual.
Well, I'm glad that's over with. Now, Kenny, do you think you can follow our New Jersey correspondent with a song?
Yeah. You know, Jack, Mary's mother is a scream. I wish my mother was as smart as she is.
Why, isn't your mother smart, Kenny?
Not very. She thinks I'm Frank Parker.
Oh, then sing, Frank. I don't want to disillusion her.
When they begin to begin, it brings back a sound of music so tender. It brings back a night of tropical splendor. It brings back a memory evergreen. I'm with you once more under the stars. And down by the shore an orchestra's playing, and even the fountains be swaying. When they begin to live it again is pastoral endeavor, except when that June clutches my heart. And there we are, swearing to love forever, and promising never to part. What moments divine, what rapture serene, till clouds came along to disperse the joys we had tasted. And now when I hear people curse the chance that was wasted, I know but too well what they mean. Let them say what they want, let them talk. Let the love that was once a fire remember. Let it sleep like a dead desire I only remember. When they begin to begin, sort of night and day, let them talk, till it's time to end somewhere about you. Till you whisper to me once more, darling, I love you. And we suddenly know what heaven we're in when they begin begin. When they begin, the begin.
No matter how much you spend on your girl, you can't deduct it unless you marry her.
Well, the government wouldn't feel that way if they could see her.
Well, I'm sure they wouldn't. You know, in the first place, Kenny, when you make out your income tax, you should get somebody to help you.
Oh, gosh, I had 4 accountants and I drove them nuts.
That I can believe. Say, Phil, did you have much trouble making out your income tax?
No, with the salary you pay me, it was a pleasure.
That's so. Phil, if I only paid you 35 cents a week, you should salam every time you meet me on the street.
I'll salam you right now if you want it.
Some funny crack. That would go better in the Wilshire Bowl. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being Don's anniversary.
Say, Jack, the government's going to get a big kick out of my tax.
They are?
Yeah, I wrote a poem in the back of my check.
A poem?
Rickety rack. Here's my check for the income tax. If it bounces, let it slam and give my love to Uncle Sam.
Well, that's very good. That's very good. They should love that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce several times, what was that now? Oh, yes, Don, yes. This being Don Wilson's 16th anniversary, I would like to have you all listen attentively to this grand announcer, whose mastery of the English language has made him the success he is today. Take it, Don.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this being my 16th anniversary, why don't you celebrate it by running down to your neighborhood grocer and asking him for a package of tempting and delicious Jell-O.
Bravo, Don.
It is America's favorite gelatin dessert and comes in 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry.
Ah, folks, what diction.
Raspberry.
What superb enunciation.
Cherry.
Note the bell-like quality of his voice, folks.
Orange.
Listen to those pear-shaped tones.
Lemon.
Ain't he a whiz-bang?
And lime. I thank you.
Did you hear that, folks? Did you hear that? If that wasn't thrilling, I'm a Chinaman.
Here's my laundry, Jack.
Thanks. I'll have it back Wednesday. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as a climax to this special occasion, we were going to do a little play called The Life of Don Wilson. But we found it rather dull. So we decided instead to give you the life of Fred Allen. But that turned out to be repulsive. So therefore, folks...
Say, Jack, speaking of Allen, I saw that picture of you on the front cover of Radio Guide where you're training to fight him.
Yes, sir, and I looked pretty tough there, didn't I?
You sure did, but I couldn't figure out what you were holding in your right hand.
That was a flute. You see, Allen is a snake, and I have to charm him before I can hit him. Now, getting back to our play, I think it's a crime the way Portland has to take in washing. Allen's doing all right. Oh, well. Anyhow, tonight we are going to present... pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bennett, it's Rochester.
Oh, you. What do you want now?
It's about Carmichael, your polar bear.
What's the matter? Is his cold still bad? You know, Mary, he caught a terrific cold last week. How is he, Rochester?
Doggone that animal.
Well, did you give him that hot bath like I told you to?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
I got him in the bathroom and he got me in the tub.
Well, look, Rochester, there's a mustard plaster in the cabinet, so you better put it on his chest. That'll help.
On his chest? What about all that fur?
Well, naturally, you'll have to shave the fur off.
Boss, if I ever get that close in with a razor, I'm going to get even.
Rochester, don't you dare lay a hand on him.
Not if I want it back.
I'll come home right away and take care of Carmichael myself. In the meantime, put him to bed. So long.
So long.
Well, what's so funny?
Wasn't it silly of Mr. Wilson to ask you for a raise?
It sure was. Goodbye. I'm sorry, fellas, but I got to run along. I'm worried to death about Carmichael. You can take care of the rest of the show, can't you, Don?
Oh, sure. Run along, Jack.
Come on, Mary. I want you to go with me.
Okay.
Can I come too, Jack? I've never seen a polar bear.
Sure, Ken. He's never seen a tenor either. Let's go. My car's right downstairs.
Oh, that old thing? If you're in a hurry, let's walk.
You'll go in my car and like it. So long, fellas.
So long. Well, Phil, what do we do?
I don't know about you, but I'm going to lay down over here in the corner. Play, boys, and not too loud.
be at my house pretty soon now. Gee, I hope Carmichael isn't seriously ill.
Forget about the bear, Jack, and watch your driving. Oh, boy, what a car.
Well, what's the matter with it?
Every time you step on the gas, the radiator shoots up like Old Faithful.
Well, a little water isn't going to kill you.
Whee! Boy, I'm enjoying this ride.
Are you, Kenny?
Yeah, I'm young and I can take it.
I wish you two would stop joking when I'm worried about Carmichael. Who knows, maybe he's dying.
Oh, Jack, quit worrying. The bear will be all right. I want that stoplight.
What stoplight?
The one you just went through.
Oh. Oh, well, nobody saw me.
They didn't, eh?
No.
Then what's that, a mockingbird?
Yes, but wait. Oh, my goodness, it's a cow. Now, look, kid, let me do the talking. Hello, officer.
Hey, you, what's the big idea? Where do you think you're going, to a fire?
Well, that's original.
Mary. What seems to be the trouble, officer?
You see that red light that keeps going on and off back there?
Yes?
That ain't just to break the monotony, you know.
Well, I'm sorry, officer.
I got a good mind to give you a ticket.
Go ahead, I dare you.
Now, Mary. She's a little nervous, officer.
Oh, yeah?
You can't arrest us. I'm a junior G-man.
Penny. Look, officer, I've really got a good reason for being in such a rush. My polar bear is quite ill.
Your what?
My polar bear, Carmichael, he's sick in bed with a bad cold.
Ah, you're drunk, too, huh?
No, officer, I'm serious. Mary, you tell him, haven't I got a polar bear that's sick in bed?
Oh, Jack, think of another one.
What? Kenny, tell the man, do I or do I not own a polar bear?
Which do you want me to say?
Well, pals. All right, officer, I haven't got a polar bear. He isn't sick, and I'm just a big liar.
Well, that's more like it. Here's your ticket.
Well, thanks. So long.
So long. A sick polar bear. What do you think I am, an imbecile?
That's imbecile.
Oh, yeah? Here's another ticket.
It's fine. I got two of them now.
Get another one. We can all go.
Yeah. Well, let's get out of here.
Hey, wait a minute. Not so fast, buddy.
Oh, now what?
Look at those license plates. This isn't 1937, mister.
Now, see here, it's not my fault. I wrote in for new ones.
Well, while you're waiting, have another ticket.
Hooray, I knew we'd make it.
Kenny. Now, listen, officer, I can explain...
Oh, Jack, you've got enough. Don't be a pig.
Oh, brother, if you weren't a woman. All right, I'll take these tickets and go.
I want to hold mine.
All right. All right, let's get going. 3 tickets. And you two kids certainly proved to be fine traders.
Oh, we were just having a little fun.
Yeah, what's the matter? Can't you take a rib?
Kenny, I'd like to take your rib and hit you on the head with it. Well, here's my street. Hang on tight. I'm going to make a turn. I hope there's nothing seriously wrong with Carmichael. You know, I've become so attached to that bear. Gee, he's just like a relative.
Yeah, all he does is eat and sleep.
Just the same, I like him. Well, here we are at the house. Come on, kid.
Jack, you better put the car in the garage.
I can't. Rochester's got 3 cousins from Alabama living in there. I don't know what to do with them.
Why don't you start a minstrel show?
No, I think I'll just plant cotton in the backyard. That'll keep them busy.
Hey, Mary, get a load of that sign on the front door.
Where? Why, Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
What for?
Look at that sign. See the polar bear, 15 cents.
Well, I'll be darned. Rochester must have put that up. I was wondering how he bought that new suit. Darn it, the door's locked and I forgot my key. Ring the bell, Kenny.
I can't go in. I didn't bring any money with me.
Never mind. Ring the bell.
Okay.
We ain't open today, folks. The bear's sick.
Rochester, open that door.
Oh, it's you, boy. Hello, Miss Livingston. Hello, Mr. Baker. I ain't seen you in some time.
Forget the formalities. How's Carmichael? Did you put him in bed like I told you to?
Yes, boss, but I had a little trouble getting your pajamas on him.
Pajamas? Rochester, if those are my new silk ones, I'm going to take $10 out of your salary this week.
What do you mean out? That's it.
Well, I haven't got time to argue. Tell me, how's Carmichael?
His cold seems to be getting worse. He sneezes all the time.
Well, that's awful. Did you take his temperature?
I sure did, boss.
What does the thermometer say?
Easterly winds with tolerable rain.
You used the barometer. Oh, well, I'm going in and look at him.
Can we see him, Jack?
Yes, but you'll have to be quiet. Now, follow me.
I wonder if we should have brought flowers.
That isn't necessary. Here's the room. Now, be quiet. Oh, look at Carmichael sleeping there, peaceful as a lamb. Gee, isn't he cute? Look at that smile on his face.
Yeah, I wonder what he's dreaming of.
Some other bear, no doubt.
Quiet, you'll disturb him. See? You woke him up. Gee, look at him. He's got such a bad cold, I think I'll pull the covers up around him.
Be careful, boss. He's kind of ornery.
Well, naturally, he's sick. Look at him. Has Carmichael got a bad cold? Gesundheit. Oh, Carmichael, watch it.
Shall I get your umbrella, boss?
No, Rochester. You should have given him a spoonful of this cough syrup every hour. Here, open his mouth and give it to him now.
Boss, I wouldn't open his mouth if my best friend was in there.
Oh, give me that spoon. I'll give him the medicine myself.
Look out for your hand, Jack.
Don't listen to Rochester. He's just a coward.
That's me, a coward with brains.
Well, I'll show you there's nothing to be afraid of. Now, here, Carmichael, be a good little bearsy-wearsy and open whose mouth. Come on now, take this cough syrup for Daddy. Now, come on, Carmichael. Daddy is getting impatient. Take this cough medicine. Carmichael, I'll shove it right in your mouth. Carmichael,
open up them golden gates.
Carmichael, take this medicine.
Jack,
Hey, look out, Jack. He's coming for you. Carmichael, get back in bed.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Carmichael! Rochester, get out of my way.
Out of your way. I'm in Colman now.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, boss, can I get a doctor?
Doctor, nothing. Get Frank Boss.
Here's a new idea for St. Patrick's Day. Quick and easy to prepare, unusual looking, delicious to eat. We think you'll like it. Jell-O chocolate pudding, rich and creamy smooth, served in individual sherbet glasses and topped with fluffy whipped cream and bright green candy shamrocks. And there is a grand dessert, for Jell-O chocolate pudding is just the best tasting pudding you ever dipped a spoon in. Smooth as satin. Real chocolatey, for it's made with fine, wholesome ingredients. It has a beautifully tender texture, a mouth-watering taste. And this delicious dessert is only one of 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, rich with true old-fashioned butterscotch flavor, the kind you loved when you were a kid. And there's Jell-O vanilla pudding, creamy and delicate and delicious, an all-family favorite. All 3 Jell-O puddings are amazingly quick and easy to prepare. You'll find the simple directions on every package. The best way to buy is 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 24th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, this time I want to congratulate and extend my good wishes to the American Legion who celebrate their 25th anniversary this week. You know, Mary, every time the Legion has a birthday, it reminds me of my heroic deeds in the World War.
It does, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, Carmichael's gone now. Get down off the chandelier.
Are you sure? Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
Jimmy Baker
program through courtesy of Mervyn Leroy Productions. Included today was My Heart Belongs to Daddy from the production Leave It to Me. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. The Lucky Strike Program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, 1949 is gone and forgotten. But to Jack Benny, 1950 will always be remembered. Because 1950 is what he paid for his new suit. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I want to ask you something. How did you know that I bought a new suit?
I heard it on Drear Pooson.
You heard it on what? Wait a minute, I want to hear this. You heard it on what?
I heard it on Drew Pearson's broadcast.
Ladies and gentlemen, he got the award for being the best announcer in the show. That gives you a rough idea. Dr. Gallup must have given it to you. Now, wait a minute, Don. Drew Pearson is a commentator who specializes in national affairs. Why would he mention that I bought a suit for $19.50?
Because Wall Street feels that it indicates a definite trend toward a bull market.
Yeah, I can't understand it. A man goes out and buys a plain herringbone suit, and it shakes the economic system of the nation. I need wool socks, too, but who knows what it'll do to England. But you know, Don, I really bought this suit because I thought I was going to be invited to Clark Gable's wedding.
Well, the reason you weren't invited, Jack, was because they wanted to keep it a secret.
I know that. Gee, and when Clark got married, he certainly left a trail of broken hearts.
Yeah, there hasn't been so many gals weeping and wailing since Alice slipped the ring over my finger.
Well, if it isn't the bashful blonde from Elbow Bend. Say, Phil.
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. Before we get into one of them routines, I would like to greet my orchestra.
I say.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Maestro.
Maestro? They call you Maestro? Well, how come you and your musicians are treating each other with so much dignity?
On New Year's Eve, we all made a resolution.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
I figured that the clowning and kidding we did was all right for the first 5 or 10 years, but now my orchestra's reached a position of prestige in the entertainment world, and we should do nothing to jeopardize it.
Well, that's wonderful, Phil. By the way, I noticed that your brass section is missing. How come?
Their parole was canceled on New Year's Day.
Well, I'm glad that 703896 is still with us. I like the way he sandpapers his fingers before he plays the piano. What a gang. Phil, this is the new year, 1950. Why don't you do something about your orchestra?
What do you mean?
Well, just look at Remley, sitting there on his stool, sound asleep, using his guitar for a pillow.
Well, that ain't Frankie's fault, Jackson. It's not his fault. You know, you don't get much rest when you sleep under the sink, on the piano, or in a bathtub.
Wait a minute, Phil. You mean Frankie sleeps in those kind of places?
Look, Dad, he sleeps in the place he was when the bottle last ran dry.
What?
You know, when your knees buckle, you ain't always over a feather bed.
I guess not, but you'd think... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. I was just going to... Well, Jack, you're wearing that new suit you bought last Tuesday, aren't you?
Yes, Mary. Wait a minute. How did you know I bought it last Tuesday?
Truman had it in his message to Congress.
Oh, yes. They booed the coat and cheered the pants. I remember that. What excitement. So, Mary, you know I haven't seen you since the Rose Bowl game.
That's right, Jack.
There was some crowd out there, wasn't it, Mary?
Oh, we didn't go to the game. We watched it on Jack's new television set.
You mean Jack got a television set?
Uh-huh.
Well, don't tell me that tighter than springtime is finally loosened up.
Oh, he didn't buy it. It came with his new suit.
Mary, don't be ridiculous. The Warner Brothers gave it to me.
Well, it's about time. You certainly gave it to them.
Yeah, now, kid, let's cut out this small talk because we got a very important show to do.
Jack, is Fred Allen going to be on this program today?
No, Mary. Allen will be with us next week. The train he was coming out on had to go through a sheep dip treatment at the border. They had to dip him twice. Tonight we're doing a very important play. It's an exciting mystery melodrama that takes place in a restaurant.
Oh, come on. Let's get this corny sketch over with.
Huh? Dennis, you're late.
So what? You want to make something out of it?
What?
You heard me, Clyde. You ain't wearing earmuffs.
Dennis.
Dennis. You make me sick.
Now, look, kid. If you think you can come in here...
Don't crowd me, son.
For heaven's sake. Dennis, what's come over you?
It's my New Year's resolution. Nobody's pushing me around anymore.
That's telling him, Wormy.
Yeah.
Look, Dennis. Leave him alone, Jackson. I told him to get tough. Oh, I see. What'd you say, Dennis?
Nobody's pushing me around anymore. From now on, I'm getting what I want. Hey, you in the high heels. Come here.
Me?
Yes, you, Toots. Come here.
Go ahead, Mary. Go ahead. Play.
Yes?
Now put your arms around me and hold me tight. Tight, I said. Now I'll put my arms around you and squeeze you like this and... Phil, what do I do now?
Well, the first thing you do, Dennis, is stop acting silly.
Yes, sir.
And the third thing you do is sing your song.
What's the second?
Let Go of Mary. Now go ahead. Let's have it.
You bloom in the wildwood, and I hope you'd be mine. Mine, now your eyes beam at twilight, sparkling like each dewdrop at dawn.
Sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. That was really wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Benny, and congratulations on your new suit.
Well, thank you, Dennis. How did you know I bought a new suit?
It's in the lyrics of Don't Cry Joe.
Such a fuss over a suit. It's only herringbone, you know. Wormy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present a melodramatic mystery entitled Murder at Romanoff's. This scene takes place in one of the most fashionable restaurants in Beverly Hills, where all of... excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I'm in the middle of the program.
I know, boss, but this is very important. The man from the life insurance company was here about that policy you're taking out, and he asked me a lot of questions.
Well, I hope you answered them right.
Oh, I did. When he asked me your height, I said 5'10".
Uh-huh.
Your weight, 164.
Uh-huh.
Your age, 39.
Uh-huh.
We had quite a round table discussion on that.
Wait a minute, Rochester. Why should there be any question about my age?
Oh, it wasn't a question. It was the answer we had trouble.
Oh. Well, I'll straighten that out when I see him. What other questions were there?
Well, color of your eyes, blue.
Uh-huh.
Color of your hair, blonde.
You told him I was a blonde?
You must be. I got the red, brown, and black ones in the bandage.
Oh, yes. What else happened?
Well, then I told him what you wanted. And he said that never in the history of the life insurance business has a policy been made out that way.
Well, didn't you insist that I want it that way, Rochester?
Yeah, but he told me no matter what you say, you can't be your own beneficiary. But I argued and finally convinced him that you wouldn't take the policy out unless you could be.
And what did he say?
He said just leave a forwarding address and they'll mail it on to you.
Good. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Okay. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
All right, kids, let's not waste any more time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we bring you that melodramatic mystery entitled Murder at Romanoff's. Set the scene, Don.
Our play opens in the private office of Captain O'Benny of the Beverly Hills Police. Curtain music.
Now, listen, men. There have been a lot of complaints. We're going to straighten things up around here. You first, Officer O'Day.
What'd I do now?
Yesterday, I sent you out on a simple assignment. All you had to do was look for cars parked next to fire hydrants and give out traffic tickets.
Well, I did.
O'Day, how many times must I tell you? Put the tickets on the cars, not the hydrants. And you, O. Wilson, you haven't been attending to your duties either.
I'm sorry, sir.
Being sorry doesn't help. Remember, you're the only man on the police force who's a condemned murderer.
Say, Chief, how come we have a murderer working with us?
Well, on the day of his execution, he started ordering his last meal, and the state couldn't afford it. But I'm really disgusted with you, man. Why, we even have our bloodhound, Prince, is smarter than you. Come here, Prince. Here, Prince. Prince, how much is 1 and 2?
Ralph! Ralph! Ralph!
That's right. Now, what's 6 minus 4?
Ralph! Ralph!
Right again, Prince. Now, what is the square root of 73,429? Put down that pencil and figure it out in your head. Stupid dog. Now, men, today I want... Hello, Beverly Hills Police, Captain O'Benny speaking.
Hello, Captain. This is Mitzi LaRue.
Mitzi LaWho?
Mitzi LaRue.
Hello, Mitzi. How do you do? Prince, put down those drums. Never should have given them to him for Christmas. Now, what is it, Miss LaRue?
Well, Captain, I'm the cigarette girl at Romanoff's restaurant. I want to report that a man named Carlton Quince was murdered here 2 hours ago.
2 hours ago?
Yes.
What was that, another murder?
No, the same one.
What?
We had it transcribed for release at this more convenient time.
Good. We'll be right over. Goodbye. All right, men, get out the squad car. There's been a murder at Romanoff's. And I'll find out who killed Carlton Quince, or my name ain't...
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Rum and bourbon fully packed, so L-S-O-T. Everybody knows that Lucky Strike pays millions more for fine tobacco. Yes, sirree. Hey!
Okay, man, this is Romanoff's restaurant. That man in that red uniform and gold braid must be the doorman. I'll ask him. Pardon me, are you the doorman?
Well, who do you think I am, Drear Pooson?
Stand aside and let me in.
You can't get in here unless you have a reservation.
A reservation? Well...
If you say anything about being an Indian, I'll punch you right in the nose.
I was trying to switch it. Now, look, there's been a murder committed in here. I'm Captain O'Benny, so stand aside while I... Doorman, what are you staring at?
Ooh, a new suit.
How did you know?
I heard it on the frost warning.
Oh, well, out of my way. Come on, man, let's go inside. I'm going to find the murder of Carlton Quince, or my name ain't...
L-S-L-S-L-S-M-S-T means fine and light and mild tobacco, yes, sirree. Hey!
Hey, Chief, this place is sure crowded with celebrities.
Yeah, Drew, you mean you searched the premises. Now, I'm going to question some of these people. I think a little short guy over there is the owner of the place. Hey, you, what's your name?
I am Prince Michael Romanoff.
Well, tell me, Prince Romanoff, what do you know about this murder?
Murder? Has there been a murder here?
Yes, your cigarette girl called me and told me about it.
Well, here she comes now. I'll ask her. Tell me, Mitzi, have we had a murder today?
Yes. Carlton Quince was killed.
One lousy rehearsal.
Carlton Quince was killed. There he is at the corner table, dead.
So he is. Strange, I didn't notice it before.
Wait a minute, who are you trying to kid? Don't tell me you didn't notice him with all that blood on his shirt.
I thought it was Bosch.
Oh, yeah? Now come clean, Romanoff. Did you kill Carlton Quince?
It couldn't have been me, Captain. I wasn't even here when the murder was committed.
Where were you?
Having lunch at Simon's Drive-In.
How come you weren't eating here?
Who can afford these prices?
Oh, well, who's that sitting over there eating that big steak?
Simon. He's loaded.
I'll get back to you later. I want to look around. When nobody leaves this room, there's been a murder committed.
Don't raise your voice, Chief. You remember, this is the classiest joint in town.
Some class. Look at that broom leaning against the table.
Well, that's no broom. That's Frank Sinatra.
Well, I'm going over and talk to him. Say, you. Are you Frank Sinatra?
Won't you tell me when we will meet again? Sunday, Monday... I'll be satisfied with you by my side.
Oh, stop showing off.
Quiet, O'Day. Where's O. Wilson?
In the old kitchen. Where else?
You go look for clues. Now listen, Sinatra. What were you doing at the time of the murder?
I was eating lunch.
A likely story. What did you have?
A raisin.
One raisin for lunch?
Boy, am I stuffed.
Never mind. Now, I want to know...
Hey, Captain O'Benny, that's a beautiful new suit you're wearing. Cost $19.50, didn't it?
Yes, how did you know?
Last Friday I sang Don't Cry Joe.
Oh, yeah. Now tell me, Frank, what do you know about the murder of Carlton Quince?
Well, personally, I think Romanoff did it.
Oh, you do? Well, I'll call him back again. Oh, Prince! Not you, you stupid dog! Put down that pencil. If you haven't figured it out yet, forget it. Prince Michael, come here.
Yes, Captain O'Benny.
Sinatra thinks you're the man who murdered...
Captain O'Benny.
What is it, O'Day?
Would you think a man is guilty if you saw him running around with a smoking gun in one hand, a blood-stained knife in the other, and he kept yelling, I did it, I did it, I did it! I did it!
Well, of course that man is guilty.
Well, if I see anyone like that, I'll arrest
him. Good.
Tell me, Captain O'Benny, who is this peasant?
I'm Officer O'Day. Who are you?
I am His Imperial Highness, Prince Michael Romanoff.
Well, how do you do?
Cut that out, O'Day. I want to finish questioning Sinatra. Where did he go?
Here I am, Captain O'Benny. You got to do something about this dog of yours.
What about the dog?
He keeps taking me out in the yard and burying me over there. Oh, come on now, doggy. Put me down.
Yeah, put Frankie down. Stop beating his head against the floor. You teach a dog drums and he goes crazy. Now, look, we're not getting anywhere in this investigation.
Say, Captain.
What is it, Mitzi?
Why don't you question that woman at the corner table? She looks suspicious.
Okay, I will. Nobody leave here till I come back. Come on, men. I'll find out who killed Carlton Quince, or my name ain't...
L-S-O-S-L-S-M, you find the murderer of Carlton Quince. Hey!
All right, miss. I'm Captain O'Benny. What's your name?
Rosalind Russell.
Rosalind Russell! Now, wait a minute, Miss Russell. This is a restaurant. Who's applauding you?
The waiters. I'm a heavy tipper.
Well, I wouldn't know about that. Now, what were you doing at the time of the murder?
Believe me, Captain O'Benny, I had nothing to do with the murder. Absolutely nothing. I was just sitting here eating my lunch.
A likely story. What did you have for lunch?
Well, I started off with tomato juice. No, it was prune juice. No, tomato juice. And then I had consommé. And then I had a filet mignon, medium rare, and potatoes. French fried potatoes. Do you hear me? French fried potatoes.
Miss Russell, have you ever won the Academy Award?
No, but I'm always in there punching.
Now, just a minute, Miss Russell. Where were you when Carlton Quince was murdered?
I was in the theater watching my new Columbia picture, Tell It to the Judge. And by the way, congratulations on your new suit.
How did you know?
It was in the newsreel.
Well, say, that's a nice dress you're wearing. It's taffeta, isn't it?
Yes, it is taffeta.
Would you mind getting up and walking around a bit?
Walk around? Why?
I always wanted to hear Rosalind Russell.
Please, I just had my lunch.
Now, Miss Russell, what do you know about this murder?
Nothing. Why don't you ask Gene Kelly over there?
Gene Kelly? Oh, yes. I'll go over and talk to him. And I'll find out who killed Carlton Quince, or my name ain't...
L-S-L-S-L-S-M-T. Lucky strike. Hey!
That was the lousiest thing I've ever heard in my life. You're... One rehearsal, that's all. You're Gene Kelly, aren't you? Now, what were you doing at the time of the murder, Kelly? Now, come on, Kelly, talk. This is radio, not television.
Okay, I'll talk.
I thought you would. Now, what were you doing 2 hours ago at the time of the murder?
I was in the Egyptian Theater watching that new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor picture, On the Town, which stars Gene Kelly, Frank Sinatra, Betty Garrett, and Jules Munchin. It was directed by Gene Kelly, who also appeared in such sensational hits as Take Me Out to the Ball Game, The Pirate, Anchors Away, and in his spare time gives dancing lessons to Arthur Murray.
I see. And what did you do after you left the theater?
I rushed right over here.
Why?
I couldn't wait to see your new suit.
How did you know I had a new suit?
Well, while I was sitting in the Egyptian theater watching that new Metro Goldwyn Mayer Technicolor picture on the town, which stars Gene Kelly, Frank Sinatra, Betty Garrett, and Jules Munchin, and was directed by Gene Kelly, who also appeared in such sensational hits as Take Me Out to the Ball Game, The Pirate, Anchors Away.
Yes?
What was it you asked me?
I asked you how you knew I had a new suit.
Oh, yes. Well, while I was in the Egyptian theater watching...
Never mind! Now, look, Kelly, I'm going to find out who killed Carlton Quince if it takes me clear into the middle of Amos and Andy. Now, come clean, Kelly. Why did you kill Carlton Quince?
I didn't do it. It was Mitzi LaRue.
I didn't do it. It was Mike Romanoff.
I didn't do it. It was Rosalind Russell.
I didn't do it.
Wait, Frankie, I haven't accused you yet.
What's going on here anyway? Now, look, somebody in this room murdered Carlton Quince, and I'm going to find out who.
I beg your pardon, but I have to go now.
Huh? Who are you?
Carlton Quince.
Carlton Quince? Why, you're the murdered man.
I know, but I have to go to rehearsal. They're killing me again tonight on the Whistler.
On the Whistler program?
Yes, would you hand me that napkin, please?
The napkin?
I want to wipe off this borscht. They're strangling me there.
Oh, well, lots of luck. May I have your autograph?
Certainly.
Thank you. Music, please.
Jack, we'll be back in just a moment, but first...
Friends, it's certainly true that when you smoke, you want smoothness, mildness, and deep down enjoyment. And that's precisely what you'll get with every Lucky Strike you light, because there's never a rough puff in a Lucky. Just think of that, friends. Luckies are always smooth, mild, and mellow, every puff of the way. For you see, it takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette, and LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. Now, fine tobacco costs more, and Luckies pay more. That's right, Luckies pay millions of dollars more than official parity prices to get ripe, mellow tobacco for your Lucky Strike. Just listen for a moment to what the tobacco experts say about the kind of leaf Lucky Strike buys. Take Mr. L. Garland Griffin, a tobacco auctioneer from Clarksville, Virginia, who recently said,
"All in all, I've sold over 100 million pounds of tobacco. And season after season, I've seen Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco. Prime, ripe leaf. The kind of tobacco for downright good smoking. I've smoked Luckies regularly for 14 years.
Now there's a tip for you, friends, from a man who really knows tobacco. So for your own deep-down smoking enjoyment, light up a Lucky. You'll agree with the tobacco experts, with the millions who choose Luckies for a finer, milder, smoother smoke. Yes, puff after puff, pack after pack. There's never a rough puff in a Lucky. Good reason to make your next carton Lucky Strike.
All right, men, we're on our way back to the station. I better make a report. Calling all cars, Captain O'Benny. The Romanoff murder mystery has been solved, thanks to Michael Romanoff, Frank Sinatra, Rosalind Russell, and Gene Kelly. That is all. Headquarters, you got anything to report?
Yes, Chief. Something just came in on a teletype.
What is it?
It says Fred Allen will be the guest star on a Jack Benny program next week.
That'll really be murder. Hey, we're supposed to make a right turn to the police station. You turned left, you stupid dog. How he never got his driver's license, I'll never know.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day and the Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned to the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike, and Lucky Strike alone, offers you important evidence gathered in the tobacco country by the world-famous Crosley poll. This evidence reveals the smoking preference of auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, the men who really know tobacco. Here's what the Crosley poll found.
For their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
These experts know their business. Their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike, we believe, has a direct relationship to the quality tobacco we purchase for Lucky's and to the real, deep-down smoking enjoyment you may expect from fine tobacco. And when these veteran tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice for their own personal smoking enjoyment, then you know.
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike. Remember,
independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny has just returned from his stay in Palm Springs. So let's go out to Jack's house in Beverly Hills. It's morning, and we find Rochester in the kitchen.
I'm overlooking a sink full of dishes that I overlooked all week. There's spoons and there's saucers and dirt on the floor.
Oh, good morning, Rochester.
Oh, good morning, boss. Did you have a nice night?
Oh, pretty good, Rochester, but you know I had a difficult time falling asleep. I counted 3,000 sheep.
3,020 to be exact.
Was there that many?
Yeah, and boss, tonight when you go to bed, why don't you take a little pill?
No, Rochester, I prefer to count sheep.
I know, but I feel so silly putting on that white coat and jumping back and forth over your bedpost.
Rochester, if I can toss and turn, you can jump a little. Doesn't hurt. Now pour me some coffee.
Okay. Just a minute, boss.
Why'd you pull down the shade?
In case Mr. Colman looks out of his window, I don't want him to see you.
Oh, yes. He's still mad about my losing his Oscar, isn't he?
Mad? Yesterday he came over and got one of our lawnmowers.
Well, that's all right.
I know, but he mowed half his lawn before he put the flag down on the meter.
Gee, Rochester, if Mr. Colman finds out I'm back from Palm Springs, no telling what he'll do. But I have to go to the studio. How am I going to get out of the house without him seeing me?
Well, let me see. I know.
What?
Get down on all fours, I'll throw the bearskin rug over you and lead you out of the house on a leash.
No, that wouldn't work. Now, suppose he comes over to pet me.
I'll leave the muzzle off so you can bite him.
I'd probably break my tooth on his garter, silly. But I got to get out of the house without Mr. Colman seeing me.
Say, boss, I know what you can do.
What?
You've still got your old Charlie's Hand costume. Why don't you put that on?
Say, that's a wonderful idea. If I'm dressed like a woman, he won't recognize me. You take it, Rochester. I'll go in and put on my Charlie's Hand costume.
Yes, sir. Mr. Benny's resident, star of stage, screen, radio, and will accept the nomination for any party that'll let him rent out rooms in the White House.
Hello, Rochester. This is Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. How did you enjoy your 2-week stay in Palm Springs?
Oh, wonderful, Rochester. I was on the golf course with Mr. Benny every day.
I know, and Mr. Benny said you owed him $4.35.
That's right.
I didn't know he could beat you.
He didn't beat me. He caddied for me.
Oh.
By the way, Rochester, how does Mr. Benny feel now?
Much better, but when he got home from Palm Springs, he was green. What made him so sick?
Well, he stopped at an orange juice stand that said all you can drink for 10 cents, and we had to roll him back in the car.
Oh, so that's what it was. He woke me up when he came sloshing into the house.
Well, Rochester, please tell Mr. Benny that I'll pick him up in a few minutes on my way down to the studio.
That'll be fine, Miss Livingston, but would you mind waiting for him down on the corner?
On the corner? Why?
Mr. Benny will explain it to you when he sees you.
All right, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Are you decent, boss?
come on in. Rochester, how do I look in my Charlie's Aunt costume?
Well, let me see. You've got the wig on straight, and your curls tumbled down over your forehead in a tantalizing manner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your mascara is just heavy enough to accentuate the blue in your eyes.
Good, good.
Your lips have the red glow of a summer sun as it slowly sinks into the peaceful Pacific.
Well.
And your... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
You better pull up your shoulder straps. Your hair on your chest is showing.
Oh, nobody will notice that when I wear my shawl. Oh, my goodness, look what time it is. I better get started for the studio.
I told Miss Livingston to pick you up on the corner.
Well, that's a good idea. Gee, I hope nobody recognizes me. Rochester, does this dress really make me look like a woman?
Boss, if this was Mother's Day, you'd be lousy with flowers.
Good, good. So long, Rochester.
Goodbye.
A little chilly. I'm glad I wore the shawl. A pretty girl is like a melody. Da 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 da. Gee, if I pass Georgie Jessel, I'm dead. But it'll be interesting. Well, as soon as I get in Mary's car, I'll take off this dress and... Oh, my goodness. Here comes Ronald Colman walking this way. I just put down my head and crossed the street. Gee, that was close.
You better be careful, lady.
Huh?
May I help you across the street?
Well, thank you very much. But I can manage by myself.
Well, let me take your arm.
Well, all right.
Am I walking too fast for you, Mother?
No. Well, here we are across the street.
Yes, now watch the curb. Up's a daisy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Colman.
Oh, you recognize me?
Yes. Now I have to run away.
Would you like my autograph?
Oh, not now. I'm in a hurry.
Only take a minute.
I'm sorry, but I don't have a pencil or a paper. I really haven't.
Oh, I don't need pencil and paper. I have them written out on little cards. You know, the demand has been quite heavy lately.
Oh, then I'll take one.
No, take two. Give one to your husband.
Thank you. He's dead. He'll be thrilled.
By the way, madam, am I the first movie star you ever met?
Well, no. I once met Charles Farrell, star of Seventh Heaven.
Charlie Farrell. No. Must have been before my time.
Yeah.
Well, thanks again, Mr. Colman. You're my favorite actor. You're my favorite actor.
What was that?
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Gosh, that was a narrow escape. I don't know how much longer I could have held out. There's a fly under my wig. I'll get him. I'll comb him out later. Now, let me see. Rochester said that Mary would pick me... Oh, here's Mary's car over there.
I beg your pardon, madam, but I'm...
Mary, it's me.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, what are you doing in that outfit?
I had to put it on so I could sneak out of the house without Ronald Colman recognizing me. It's a good thing I did, too, because I bumped into him.
Well, I just saw Ronnie, too.
Oh, my goodness, if he saw you, he'll be sure to know that I'm around.
Oh, he didn't see me, Jack. He just walked by the car and threw his autograph in the back seat.
The back seat? Oh, yeah, here it is. Well, what do you know? This one has glue on it so you can stick it on your windshield. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Jack, you're not going to the studio dressed as Charlie's aunt, are you?
No, Mary, I have my suit on underneath. I'll slip the dress off while you're driving.
No, Jack, don't take it off. I want to remember you just the way you are.
What?
The way your curls tumble down over your forehead in a tantalizing manner.
Say, Rochester said the same thing.
And your mascara is just heavy enough to accentuate the blue of your eyes.
That's funny. He said that, too.
And your lips have the red glow of a summer sun slowly sinking into the La Brea tar pit.
Mary.
I'll bet he didn't think of that one.
No, he didn't. Now, come on, let's hurry to the studio. I got to get this dress off before we get there.
Jack, I'm going into my dressing room. Call me when you start the rehearsal, will you?
Okay, I'll see you later. Da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dee-da-dum, dum-dee-dum. Oh, there's Mel Blanc. Hello, Mel.
Hello, Jack. Are you going to use me on your show today?
No, Mel. I spent too much money in Palm Springs. Maybe next week, huh? So long, Mel.
So long.
That's all, folks.
He's a clever guy. It's a shame he won't work cheaper. Oh, well, da-dee-da-dum, da-dee.
Hiya, Jackson. Long time no see.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Hey, Jackson,
What?
let me look at you. You know your stay in Palm Springs did you a lot of good? You're 2 inches taller.
What?
You're
darn
taller.
it, I forgot to take off these high-heeled shoes. But, Phil, no kidding, I sure missed you on our last 2 shows.
I know.
What?
You need me, Jackson. You need me.
What do you mean? I got big laughs, didn't I?
Yeah, you got laughs, but there was something missing. You know, your program without me is like a Persian rug. It looks good, but it just lays there.
Phil.
Look, Jackson, you tried it without me for 2 weeks. Now, have you learned your lesson?
What?
If you can't take the talent with you, stay where the talent is.
Phil, shrinking violet. Look. How can you possibly be so egotistical?
I ain't egotistical, Jackson. I just say if you got an effervescent personality, let it fizz. Let it fizz.
Well, if that doesn't stop the air conditioning, nothing will. Now, Phil, this week we got a very important show, so let's get started with the rehearsal.
Okay, I'll be waiting a minute, Jackson. I want to go in and run over Dennis's song with him.
Okay, I'll come along with you.
Come on. All right, man. Hold it. Let's run through Dennis's number once more. All right, come on.
There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy. They say he wandered very far, over land and sea. A little shy and sad of eye, but very wise was he. One day, a magic day, he passed my way. And while we spoke of many things, fools and kings, this he said to me. The greatest thing you'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return.
very, very good, Dennis. That song sounded swell.
Thanks, Mr. Benny, but I think the orchestra should have played it with just a little more rhythm.
I guess you're right, Dennis. Oh, Phil.
I'll take care of it. Hey, fellas, when we do the number on the show, play it a little bit more pistachio.
That's pizzicato. Pistachio. When we give you the wrong word, you can't pronounce it. Say, Dennis. Say, Dennis, what time... Dennis, what... Say, Dennis, what time did you get home from Palm Springs Sunday night?
Oh, I didn't get home Sunday. I got home late Wednesday and almost missed my own show.
But you left Palm Springs Sunday night. What took you so long? Did your car break down?
No, but I ran into a lot of traffic in Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City? Dennis, why did you go from Palm Springs to Los Angeles by the way of Salt Lake City?
I wanted to avoid the traffic light in Banning.
Well, that's logical.
But that wasn't the only reason. I also wanted to break in my new car. My mother gave it to me for my birthday.
Hey, congratulations, kid. When was your birthday?
Last week. And I had a swell party, too. Refreshments and dancing and games like post office.
Well, who was there?
Just me.
Yes, you. Dennis, how could you dance and play games all by yourself?
It's done with mirrors.
Oh, fine.
Me having two shows I can understand, but this kid's a mystery.
Dennis, why don't...
Hey, Jack. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, hiya, Livy. You ravishing, gorgeous one, you.
Hello, Phil. Say, Jack, the drugstore just sent back the pictures we took in Palm Springs.
Oh, good, good. Let's take a look at them.
Here's a picture of me taken near the pool in my bathing suit.
Hey, let me see that, Livy.
Here you are.
Well, scotta who, scotta hey. Oh, say, that's really a gorgeous bathing suit.
Oh, it's nothing.
Fatty can see, believe me.
And Phil, here's one of Jack in his bathing trunks.
Let me have a figure of that. Oh, no. No. Oh, no, no.
What are you laughing at?
You look like a spider with 4 legs, mister.
All right, Phil, you can stop fizzing.
Hey, Mary, can I see that picture of Mr. Benny?
Here you are, Dennis.
Gee, I don't know what Phil was laughing at.
Thanks, kid.
For a Spidey, you look pretty good.
Well, now, I don't know whether you fellas are kidding me or not.
Say, Jack, we better start rehearsing. We go on the air pretty soon.
Yeah, let's get going, Jackson. The music's all ready.
Good, but now Hey, wait a minute. Where's Don? Oh, Don.
Oh, here I am, Jack.
Well, Don, it's getting kind of late, and we have to... Don. Orange juice stand?
No, I always look like this.
I see. Well, look, Don, we've got practically everything ready but the quartet. Did you rehearse them?
Oh, yes, Jack. I've got a great surprise for you.
A surprise?
Yes, for weeks now, your quartet's been rehearsing an operatic number, but they needed a soprano for the lead.
Uh-huh.
So I took the liberty of asking Miss Dorothy Kirsten to come over and join them.
Well, I think it was very... Dorothy Kirsten? You don't mean Dorothy Kirsten of the Metropolitan Opera?
Yes, Mr. Benny, and here I am.
Well, Miss Kirsten, this is indeed an honor and a great privilege having an operatic star like you on my program.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. Coming from a violinist of your reputation, I consider that quite a compliment.
Well, speaking of my violin playing, I really shouldn't take too much credit for a talent that comes naturally.
Some talent. Your father used to tie a flat iron on the end of your bow so you could practice the violin and press pants at the same time.
Mary, please. Oh, Miss Kirsten, this is Mary Livingston.
How do you do, Miss Livingston?
How do you do?
And this is Dennis Day.
Hello, Dennis.
Glad to know you, Miss Kirsten.
Dennis, you must be very proud to be associated with a man of Mr. Benny's stature and importance.
In a bathing suit, he looks like a spider.
Mr. Day.
such a kid. You know?
Oh, Miss Kirsten, I wanted to tell you that I saw you in Madame Butterfly Wednesday afternoon, and I thought your performance was simply magnificent.
Well, thanks awfully. It's awfully nice and kind of you, Mr. Wilson. But who could help singing Puccini? It's so expressive, and particularly in the last act, starting with the Allegro vivatissimo.
Well, now, that's being very modest, Miss Kirsten, but not every singer has the necessary bel canto and flexibility or range to cope with the high tessitura of the first act.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And don't you think that in the aria Un bel di vedremo that the strings played the con molto passione exceptionally fine and with great sostenendo?
Well, I thought...
Oh, shut up.
Mary, that's not cricket. Now, I was only trying to be sociable, that's all.
Gee, Miss Kirsten, I wish my mother was here. She'd enjoy meeting you. She's a singer, too.
Oh, is your mother a soprano or contralto?
She's a baritone.
Dennis, please. Miss Kirsten, as I understand it, you're going to sing a number with my quartet. Is that right?
Yes. We've rehearsed all week, didn't we, boys?
Well, this is really a big event on my show, Miss Kirsten. I'm certainly thrilled having you, but pardon me, Don, step over here a minute, will you? Don, how much is Miss Kirsten, how much is she going to charge me?
Well, lean over, Jack. I'll whisper it to you.
Whoops. She gets more than Mel Blanc. Well...
Mr. Benny, I hope you're not concerned about the financial arrangements.
Oh, no. That is, I'm not worried for myself. I'm worried about the rest of my cast. They'll have to take a cut, you know. Miss Kirsten, what number have you and the boys prepared?
The quartet from Rigoletto.
Oh, well, that should be wonderful on the show. May we hear it now?
Certainly.
Don, announce it now, just the way we're going to do it on the show, will you?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have the privilege of bringing you the quartet from Rigoletto with the Sportsman Quartet, and starring Miss Dorothy Kirsten of the Metropolitan Opera.
Bella figlia dell'amore, l'amore, la son dei vizi tuoi, bene corricated vitals con poco. Oh, he strike means fine tobacco. Quanto voglio vostro gioco, non vedete sopra il mar. I prefer lucky for my cigaretto. Lucky per piangere un po'.
Lucky strike means fine tobacco, yes, indeed, it is wine. All the men who know tobacco say that luckies are divine. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Dorothy, I must call you Dorothy now. That was simply superb.
Thank you, Jack.
You know, Miss Kirsten, my mother wanted me to become an opera singer.
Well, it's a very exciting profession, indeed. But it requires intensive voice training. I studied 10 years.
In Milan?
No, do-wah-diddy.
It must be a time. Well, Dorothy, when you do this same number on the show, I'd like to ask you a favor. When you finish the number, don't leave the stage. We may want an encore.
Very well, Jack. And now there's something I'd like to ask you.
What is it?
Where did you get those darling open-toed shoes?
I'm sorry, I meant to take them off. It's a long story, but here's what happened.
Everybody on stage. The program goes on in 2 minutes.
Come on, Dorothy. Come on, kids. Let's give them a great show. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, the majority of American hospitals now have patients waiting to be admitted, and the situation in many areas is growing steadily worse because of insufficient nursing personnel. All young women between the ages of 17 and 35 who are high school or college graduates are urged to apply for admission in any one of the 1,300 accredited schools of nursing. Apply to the one nearest you. Thank you. Be sure to listen to the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show on Sundays and A Day in the Life of Dennis Day on Wednesdays. I want to thank Miss Dorothy Kirsten of the Metropolitan Opera for helping us out tonight. I also want to thank Ronald Colman for helping me across the street. And now, if you'll excuse me, folks, my feet are killing me. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike, and Lucky Strike alone, offers you important evidence gathered in the tobacco country by the world-famous Crossley poll. This evidence reveals the smoking preference of auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, the men who really know tobacco. Here's what the Crossley poll found.
For their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
These experts know their business. Their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike, we believe, has a direct relationship to the quality tobacco we purchase for Lucky's and to the real, deep-down smoking enjoyment you may expect from fine tobacco. And when these veteran tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice for their own personal smoking enjoyment, then you know.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike. Remember,
independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills where we find... must be something wrong here. Oh, that's what it says. Where we find Jack down on his knees scrubbing the kitchen floor.
I didn't know a floor could get this dirty. Well, anyway, the floor's scrubbed. What a job. Now, let's see, what else is on that list of things I have to do? Oh, yes, I've already dusted the bedroom, turned the mattresses, changed the linen on the bed, did the dishes, washed the... Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester. I just finished 18 holes of golf.
Oh, you did, eh?
Yeah. Did you wash the living room windows?
Yes.
Did you put out the garbage?
It's out.
Did you scrub the kitchen floor?
I just did that.
Good. When will dinner be ready?
7 o'clock, and it's the last time I'll play gin rummy with you. Goodbye. One game of gin rummy, and I have to do all the housework. I got to do it tomorrow, too. He blitzed me. Gosh, am I tired. Scrubbing that floor was quite a job. When I take my bubble bath tonight, I mustn't forget to put some Jergens on my knees. Now, let's see. Now, before I take off this apron and dust cap, I better... No, there's the door buzzer.
Oh, I beg your pardon, miss, but I guess I have the wrong...
Dennis, it's me.
Oh, yes. Gee, you look cute in that apron.
I'm not trying to look cute. I was down scrubbing the floor, and it wasn't easy. I'll pull up my pants leg and show you. There, look at my knees. Now, cut that out! They come in.
All right, but there's a package addressed to you lying out on the walk.
There is? Why don't they deliver those things to the door? I'll go out and get it. Dennis!
It wasn't me. It was that man across the street.
What?
You forgot to roll down your pants leg.
Oh, yes. They are kind of nice, aren't they? If I can get a little more tan, I can go without stockings. Oh, well. A pretty girl is like a melody. Dum, dum, bum, bum, bum. Here, kid, hold the package while I get my glasses. Dennis, what are you doing?
I opened the package. Gee, look, it's a picture script from Warner Brothers.
Well, thank goodness. I've been waiting for it all week.
And there's a letter with it from Harry Warner.
A letter from Harry Warner? What does he say?
He says, Dear Jack, enclosed fine script and contract for your next picture as agreed upon. And it's the last time I'll play gin rummy with you. What does that mean, Mr. Benny?
Nothing. Now, kid, what'd you drop over for?
Well, Mr. Benny, I want to ask you something very personal.
Personal? What is it?
Just a second while I close the door.
All right, kid, what is it?
Is anybody else at home?
No, we're all alone. What is it you want to know?
Wait till I close the window.
All right, Dennis, all right. What is it?
Mr. Benny.
Yes?
Are you the walking man?
Dennis, come here a minute.
Huh?
Let me feel your head. No, the other one. Now, look, kid, I want to go over this script that Warner Brothers sent me. So excuse me a minute. It's a Western. Good title, too. Bad Man of Bullock's Basement. Scene 1. Fade in on ranch house. As the moon comes up in the east, the sagebrush casts weird shadows across Black Buzzard Gulch.
Before you get too interested in that script, wouldn't you like to hear the song I prepared for the program?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Sing, kid. I can listen to you and read at the same time.
Okay.
The horses are bedded down for the night when suddenly a shot is heard in the distance.
I'm sure they never
varmint. One more sound out of you, and I'll thrash you within an inch of your life.
But, gee, I sang as good as I could.
Oh, pardon me, kid. While you were singing, I was reading the script.
Oh.
It's a Western, you know, and I guess I got carried away.
I know. You rode me piggyback through the last half of the chorus.
I'm sorry, kid.
Well, then get off.
Oh, yeah. You know, kid, your pockets make nice syrups there. Anyway, this is the best story. Somebody came in. Rochester, is that you coming back?
It ain't General MacArthur.
Well, it's about time.
Hey, what's that you're reading, boss?
The script from Warner Brothers, and it looks great. Gee, if I'd have made this picture last year, I would have won the Academy Award instead of Ronald Colman.
If you'd have made it in that dust cap and apron, you'd have won it instead of Loretta Young.
Never mind.
You know, boss, I wish you would win an Academy Award sometime. I've never seen an Oscar.
You haven't? Well, Rochester, your wish may come true, because if I make this picture, I'm a cinch to win it.
And maybe if you had someone with you in a supporting role, it might help.
Well, a good supporting actor does add something. Who did you have in mind, Dennis?
Ronald Colman.
Ronald in my picture? Hey, that's a pretty good idea. I mean, now that he won the award, he certainly is worthy of the opportunity. You know, I may go next door and speak to Mr. Colman about it. I wonder if he's home.
Where are you, Ronnie?
In the library, Benita. You know, maybe I haven't told you this before, but it's very nice being here, alone together, away from the crowd.
Ronnie, stop talking to that Oscar and pay some attention to me.
I'm sorry, dear.
Ah, but you were thrilled winning it, weren't you?
Well, you know, it's hard to describe exactly how it feels. There I sat in the Shrine Auditorium, one person among an audience of 6,200 people, and then they called my name. As I walked to the stage, my entire career flashed before my eyes. From the time I made my first appearance in London many years ago, as a banjo player.
I didn't know you ever played the banjo.
Oh, yes. I plunked a mean flink. I used to be billed as the London Eddie Peabody. And then I packed my belongings, took my banjo along, and came to America. Here I was billed as England's answer to Frank Remley. Yes. Those were the things I kept thinking of during the Academy ceremonies. And I've no actual recollection of them presenting me with the Oscar.
Well, you certainly were the most excited person on the stage.
Aye, excited. Was it noticeable?
Very. Especially when you went over to congratulate the other award winners.
Why, what did I do?
You slapped Loretta Young on the back and kissed Darryl Zanuck.
No.
Yes. And you greeted everyone. You even shook hands with Jack Benny.
Well, I didn't mean to. He stuck his arm through Gregory Peck's sleeve. Anyway, darling, I wish we could have just one evening at home without mentioning Jack Benny.
Oh, darling, why do you dislike him so? He means well. And he does try to be helpful. Why, only this morning he was walking around our yard helping our gardener.
He wasn't helping. He was looking for Easter eggs. Wearing that bunny suit, yes. I aimed a kick and just missed his cottontail. Why we moved next door to him, I'll never know.
But we have such a beautiful home.
Yes, but other people have beautiful homes, too. They can look out of their windows and see rolling green hills, or the lights of the city spread out like a carpet of jewels, or the golden sun setting on the Pacific. I look out of my window and see Jack Benny luxing his undies.
Well, the ones you saw yesterday were yours.
Yes, well, he did them rather well. But why doesn't he stick to the laundry business instead of going on the radio? Surrounding himself with all those characters.
Oh, darling. Mary Livingston's such a nice girl.
Oh, I don't mean Mary. I'm talking about the others. Take that Phil Harris fellow. The way he conducted himself at the party after the Academy Awards.
Oh, I didn't see him there.
Well, very few people did. As soon as he arrived, he got a bottle, went off in a corner, and just sat there.
Wasn't he lonely?
Lonely, but loaded. You know, sometimes I say... Oh, Benita, look. Look out this window. Isn't that Phil Harris now?
Where?
He's walking towards Benny's house.
Oh, this is strange. I thought he was younger than that. He's carrying a cane.
No, darling. That's a pool cue. Just look at the way he swaggers when he walks.
I wonder if I can reach the doorbell from out here on the sidewalk. Better chalk up first.
Boss, there's nobody here but a long finger.
Hey, it's me, Rod. Oh, hello, Phil. Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Dennis.
Oh, Phil.
Phil, what's the idea of walking through the streets with a pool cue?
I wonder. See what's engraved on the handle? Where? Right there.
This pool cue was presented to Phil Harris for outstanding achievement in furthering the art of snooker. Well, isn't that wonderful, winning a pool cue?
Yeah, and if I hadn't scratched my last shot, I would have won the engraved cuspidor.
Oh, that's a shame.
Sure it is. Already bought a doily for it.
You know, Phil, sometimes I wonder why I put up with you. Why a star of my magnitude, a man of my dignity, a person who holds such a stellar place in society should condescend to continue such a lowly association.
Well, hoity-toy. Hey, let me ask you something, Jackson. What have you got to be so stuck up about?
Well...
Show him your knees.
Never mind. Phil, the point I'm trying to make is that you're content to go along day after day in the same old rut. But not me. I'm progressing. In fact, right now I'm thinking of making a picture with Ronald Colman. So, if
you in a picture with Ronald Colman? You better chalk up and shoot again, Dad.
What?
And keep one foot on the floor.
Well, I'm serious. What's so surprising about me and Ronald Colman being in the same picture?
Yeah, what's so surprising about it? After all, Mr. Benny was the star of Random Harvest.
What?
He has it embroidered on his underwear.
Dennis, those aren't mine. Anyway, Phil, whether you believe it or not, I'm going over to Ronald Colman's right now and see if... Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. Hi, fellas.
Hello, Don.
Say, Jack, I just dropped in for a minute. I want you to hear the number your sportsman quartet has prepared.
Don, can't we do it tomorrow? I got to run next door to see Ronald Colman. He and I are going to make a picture together.
I don't think that last sentence got through the fat in my head. Would you mind repeating it?
Not at all. I said Ronald Colman and I are going to make a picture.
No.
I can't get over all you guys. What's so amazing about me and Colman being in a picture together?
Show him your knees.
Dennis! You stay out. Now, Don, I haven't got time to listen to the quartet. I'll see you tomorrow.
But, Jack, this number's so novel, I think you ought to hear it. It's a Western.
Don, I don't care if it... A Western? Say, maybe that would fit in my picture. All right, Don, let's hear the number. Go ahead.
I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, but my legs ain't bold and the cheeks ain't tanned. I'm a cowboy who never saw a cow, never roped a steer, 'cause I don't know how, and the show ain't fixing to start in now. Yippee-yi-yo-ki-yay.
That's wonderful.
Yippee-yi-yo-ki-yay.
That fit right in my picture.
Oh, carry me not from the lone prairie. Just give me a lucky strike. LSMFT, MFT. For they are the first choice all over the ring.
Be great.
And all the
That's a wonderful
cowboys say they'll never change. So, smoke a lucky strike. That's the one you like. LSMFT, that's the one for me. Injun tribe has big pow wow. Listen to
No,
Don.
look at
Big Chief F.C. Boom say how.
No, Don, I don't want Indians in it. I just want a Western. No, Don, no Indians in the picture. Just for a Western. No, look at Don. Wait a minute, Don. I don't want it. Wait a minute, fellas. I don't want it. Wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute! Doc, how could you take up my valuable time with a thing like that?
But, Jack,
Wait, I don't want to get mad. Now, look, I got some business talk over with Mr. Colman. I want to be in a good mood. That Indian stuff. I'm going over to see him right now. Now, where's my picture script? Oh, here it is. Good evening, Sherwood.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Benny.
Is Mr. Colman at home?
Yes, come in. May I take your hat?
There you are.
Your coat?
Thank you.
Your apron?
What? Oh, my goodness, I forgot to take it off. Would you tell Mr. Colman that I'm here?
Very well. Oh, Mr. Colman.
Yes, Sherwood?
Forgive me, sir. That cottontail Benny is here.
No. Send him away. Tell him we're not at home.
Well, wait a minute, darling. Maybe Jack's just trying to be neighborly. He probably wants to congratulate you on winning the Academy Award.
Well.
Yes. Show Mr. Benny in, Sherwood.
Yes, ma'am.
I was rather sporting of him. After all, he must have been a bit hurt when we didn't go over and congratulate him on being the walking man. You know, for 8 long weeks, he just walked around in a circle.
Yeah, too bad he didn't straighten it out. He'd be in Chicago by now. Anyway, I still feel that this is a trick. He's over here to borrow something.
Oh, why do you always suspect that, Ronnie?
Well, he already has my electric shaver, portable radio, phonograph, bridge lamp, cocktail shaker, electric blanket, fountain pen, tuxedo, and Wednesday night was the last straw.
Why? What happened?
He told me he was going to the Palladium, his girlfriend had to work, and he wanted to borrow you.
Why didn't you tell me? I haven't done the shimmy in years.
Now, Benita.
Here he comes.
Hello, Benita. Hiya, Ronnie. Long time no see.
Oh, Jack.
You're right, Jack. I haven't seen you since the dinner party last Saturday night.
Yeah, wasn't that a wonderful dinner? Too bad you couldn't have been at my table.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. The man we had served beautifully.
Well, by the way, Ronnie, I didn't get a chance to talk to you Saturday night, so I just came over to congratulate you on winning the Academy Award.
Thank you, Jack. Good night.
Huh?
Well, he just meant it was a good night to have won the award.
Oh, I see. Well, Ronnie, the real reason I came over here is to offer you a part in a movie that I'm going to make for Warner Brothers.
You're making a movie, and you have a part for me?
That's right, and it's something you've never done before.
I'm sure.
You know, it's a Western. It's a Western, Ronnie, and you'll play a cowboy.
Me? A cowboy?
Yeah, I brought along the script so you could read a few lines just to see how you like it.
Look, Jack, I have no intention
Ronnie, why don't you read it? It might be a grand opportunity.
Oh, well, all right.
Good. Now, Benita, will you do me a favor and read the feminine lead with Ronnie?
Oh, so wait a minute, Jack. I mean, I don't know.
Now, Benita, why don't you read it? It may be a grand opportunity.
All right, I will.
Good. Now, start reading on page 3 where you two meet for the first time. Now, go ahead, Ronnie. Remember, you're a cowboy.
Shucks, ma'am, I sure am plumb sorry I killed that hombre. I reckon I didn't reckon he was your paw. I reckon.
Well, you sure plugged poor Paul. But even though he's gone, I reckon he'll be happy to know you're apologizing for an honest mistake. I reckon.
A little more feeling, Benita, then.
Shucks, Missy, ma'am. I sure feel like an ornery coyote for a shooting your kinfolk.
Bow your legs a little there, will you?
Yeah, poor sure looks strange lying there in the tumbleweed. Cold and dead.
Now, this is your big speech, Ronnie, so be very, very tender in this.
Wait a minute, little lady. Don't say dayed. The cowboy's never dayed. Just say he's traveled onward. Up to that big corral up yonder in the sky. Where all you can hear is the harps of the angels and the singing of the sons of the pioneers. Oh, good heavens, what was that?
Me, I'm playing the part of your horse.
Oh, good. Is there a scene where you break your leg and I have to shoot you? I'm sorry, Jack, but this part isn't for me.
Well, okay, Ronnie. I was just trying to do you a favor, you know. It's your career. But when the picture comes out and it's a big hit, remember, I offered you the part before I took it to Gabby Hayes. Anyway, that's your decision. I'll be running along. Good night, Ronnie. Good night, Benita.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Thanks for nice of you to think of me.
Well, I always like to help. Hey, wait a minute. Ronnie, is that your Oscar on the table with the floodlights on it?
Yes.
Say, do you mind if I look at it?
Well,
gosh, it's really beautiful. You know, Rochester, my butler, has never seen an Oscar. Would it be all right if I borrowed it for a little while?
Well, all right, Jack. Go ahead and take it.
Gee, thanks.
Darling, why did you agree to let him take the Oscar home?
Might as well be with the rest of my things.
What did you say?
Nothing.
Oh. Well, Ronnie, it's awfully nice of you. Thanks a lot. I'll just wrap the Oscar in this copy of tonight's newspaper. I haven't read it yet. There we are. Well, good night.
Good night.
Gee, it was nice of him to let me take the Oscar so I could show it to Rochester. I must have stayed there longer than I thought. So dark out. No moon. Oh, well. Hello, kitty. Hey, kitty. Darn it, she got away. She'd have made a wonderful A string.
Hey, Bud. Bud.
Huh?
Got a match?
Match? Yes, I have one right here.
Don't make a move. This is a stick-up.
What?
You heard me.
Mister, put down that gun.
Shut up. Now, come on. Your money or your life?
Look, Bud. I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over. Now, mister.
Shut up and give me your wallet. And I'll take that package you're holding, too.
No, mister, don't take that package. It isn't mine. It belongs to Ronald Colman.
Shut up.
But, mister, please.
Hey, this looks like gold. I'll melt it down.
But it isn't mine. I have to return it.
Pipe down. And lay down on the sidewalk, face down, and count to 100.
Look, mister, can't we...
Go on. Don't make a move or I'll let you have it.
Okay.
Down on your face and start counting.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Go away, Kitty. 11, 12, 13, 14. Kitty, stop licking my face. I got enough trouble. 15, 16, 17, 18. Kitty, go away from here. 19, 20. What'll I tell Ronnie? 21, 22, 23, 24.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's Basil Rysdale.
Independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand. The famous Crosley poll has just completed an impartial survey in 11 southern tobacco states. This poll, taken among the tobacco experts themselves, reveals the smoking preference of the men who really know tobacco. Yes, for their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand. These are the experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, and we believe their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike has a direct relationship to the quality tobacco we purchase for Lucky. You've heard the poll results.
Now listen to what Mr. Herbert Highsmith, independent tobacco buyer from North Carolina, recently said.
Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy quality tobacco. Smooth, ripe, and mild. I've smoked Lucky's 15 years.
So, for your own, real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
96, 97, 98, 99, 100.
Help! Help! Police! Police!
Will Jack Benny recover the stolen Oscar? Will Ronald Colman sue him? Will Bing Crosby be our guest next week? Tune in and find out.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.